G'day, May 40 here. So when I live stream, I don't usually connect with my audience. That's right. I'm normally standing here and saying a bunch of words that don't really land with many people. But on those rare occasions when I do connect, it's because I am coming from a place where I'm feeling connected to my words. And those comparatively rare times when I feel connected to my words, they usually come from a place of humiliation, loss, failure. Right? When I can connect to that emotion, it's I think the strongest, most powerful emotion from my childhood. So when I can reconnect with that feeling as an adult, it's powerful, and when I can then connect with that and talk to you from that place, right? Then it lands. And so I just discovered this week, right, the key to landing as a streamer, the key to connecting with your audience, and that is you want to come to your live stream with as low a cognitive load as possible. And my problem has been my cognitive loads have been way too big, man. I've just been coming here and I am just stifled by my huge cognitive load. And I didn't ask, right, to be overcome by these huge cognitive loads, but I just get too much on my mind. It's too cluttered, and I need to recapture the freedom to create that comes from a comparatively uncluttered mind. And one of the things that consistently clutters up my mind is tech issues. And so I've been having a lot of problems the last 2 weeks that my sound settings are off. And that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Okay, good. So I come onto the live stream. I'm ready to go, but suddenly my cordless headphones are not connected. They were fine until I launched Streamlabs. Then as soon as I launched Streamlabs OBS, I am no longer able to hear sound through my headphones, even though my computer sound setting says that they're coming through my headphones, and I try to connect and disconnect my Bluetooth. So it's been a consistent problem over the past few weeks in particular, but it's happened intermittently for years. It's one of the reasons I think that JFGRP recommends don't use cordless headphones when you live stream. Right now, my mic is cordless, and so not my mic, my mouse. And so for some reason, my mouse disconnects. It's going to be really hard to shut down my stream or to do anything. I'm going to be rendered helpless. So there are a lot more things can go wrong when your tech is connected to your computer by Bluetooth as opposed to a cord. So anyway, this morning, at least I had enough cognitive enthusiasm that I was able to isolate the problem more specifically than I was able to do previously. And I just put into Google, right, the problem that when I launch my Streamlabs OBS, I lose the sound through my headphones. And Google told me to go to my sound settings, go to my input microphone settings, and disconnect my headphones from the inputs. And as soon as I did that, as soon as I disconnected the possibility of my headphones acting as my microphone, all my problems went away. But the labor required to reach that conclusion is not ideal for launching a live stream. The more confidence and the more uncluttered, the more free your mind, right, the better you're going to perform. Just like when your computer is overloaded because you've got too many tabs open and everything just slows down, all right, everything's going to work better if you just shut everything down and restart. But it's a lot harder to restart your system. I notice that some days when I get under pressure, my left shoulder starts to ache and to tense up. And I can think my Alexander technique directions all I want, but as long as I'm working, my left shoulder is going to be tight and tense, and I'm not going to be performing as much as I would like. And I got this insight about a key to connecting on YouTube is to have as low a cognitive load as possible from some creator called Alexander, the creator. And it also reminds me of a saying about a backup quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys circa 1975, Clint Longley. Roger Staubach had been knocked out of, I think, a Thanksgiving game against the Redskins, and Clint Longley came in and threw a couple of long touchdown passes and led the Cowboys to a surprise come from behind victory. And one member of the Cowboys attributed this great performance by Clint Longley to, in effect, to the triumph of the uncluttered mind. All right. I just, oof, I got too much going on. There are people who just come onto live streams and they just have a presence. That bloke, Michael, who comes on my show at times, he just has a presence when he steps onto a live stream. Kevin Michael Grace, with whom I co-hosted a show for almost 18 months, he just had a presence. I wanted to be a star, right? I worked in radio from age 19 to 21, 22, and I really wanted to be a star. But among my many problems were, number one, I had come at the frog voice. My voice was stuck in a monotone. It was stuck in the bottom of my larynx. And I was not connected to what I was saying. And the more successful radio personalities at the station would try to talk to me about emotionally connecting with what I was saying. And I just wasn't able to do it. And I still can't do it, right? I'm still pretty emotionally disconnected, which is why I don't connect with you very often. I just stand and say a lot of words. Now, when I walk around, it has an effect of perhaps streamlining my thought. It reduces my cognitive load, and I connect better when I'm driving and streaming, when I'm walking and streaming, as opposed to when I'm standing here. So yeah, I'm here for the late start because I had an hour's worth of tech troubles that have happened way too often. But I think I've finally found the solution. And I've been watching a lot of videos by this bloke. And bloody hell, I think he's onto something.
On YouTube that will blow up your personal brand faster because it builds more connection with your audience and allows you to teach and explain concepts more engagingly and effectively. If you learn how to speak like this, speaking not only becomes easier on camera, but it also feels more authentic and connected, and it will make you stand out on YouTube. So on YouTube right now, I'm seeing two camps of creators who are building personal brands. We got the teleprompter bros who are just scripting everything out. They're trying to hook you in with every single sentence and deliver as much value as humanly possible within 10 minutes. And along the way, they are...
So I oscillate between these two techniques, and neither of them works.
Losing the how. They are losing how they actually communicate, and often they come across as, I'm not going to say untrustworthy, but they don't help themselves to actually build trust because it's hard to actually build a connection with somebody who's just reading words at the camera, right? The next gang
techniques
are the film it all in one take on your iPhone, completely off the cuff creators who might be able to share like an epiphany every now and then where it's like, oh, I just thought of this cool thing, let me share it, which is cool sometimes, but consistently over time, they struggle to deliver real value to their audience. Now, I've found that the best way to make videos that get views and make sales for your business and build your personal brand is by combining these two approaches and talking off the cuff around a very strategic plan. So that allows you to build that connection with your audience, and it allows you to deliver an insane amount of value. Okay, I've taught this to hundreds of entrepreneurs and it's been working really well for them to allow them to speak to camera more naturally. So let's crack into it. If you are an entrepreneur and a coach.
So he makes a point 7 minutes into this video that you want to speak to the camera with as low a cognitive load as possible.
Coach or a coach, and you want to make videos, you're watching this video, it's very likely that you've got a ton of knowledge in your head and information that you know that could really help people, could build your brand, and could make a real impact. And if you don't follow this first point, then it's likely that your message will never actually get heard. And this is...
So I think another reason that tech troubles throw me is that it must reflect on some chink in my psychic armor, some painful sense of inadequacy, some just lack of manliness that is often hidden in my psyche, but it just comes to the fore. I just don't feel as capable and strong and confident when I'm struggling with tech issues. And for other people, they'd be able to deal with these issues and it doesn't throw them. But for me, it throws me. Why does it throw me? Because my problem is not my problem, the tech issues. My problem is a lack of self-respect? Why do I have a lack of self-respect? Because I have consistently not acted in a way that is worthy of my respect. And one of the most common ways this rears its ugly head is I don't follow directions. I don't check the email for when the event's supposed to start. I don't double check my work. And so there's just a sloppiness in my approach to life that just bites me in the ass again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And doesn't just take a toll on me, it takes a toll on those who depend on me. And hey, it's ADHD, right? There's medication, I think, that helps.
It's really the difference between making a video that grows your business and one that just completely wastes your time. So you've got to see knowledge like musical notes. I bet you weren't expecting that. Let's say that each of these notes.
This is a great point. All right, one of the things that makes Kevin Michael Grace and Dennis Prager and I assume Richard Spencer so good at live streaming is that there is a musical quality to how they speak, right? There's this wonderful rhythm.
Is a piece of knowledge. On this guitar, there's 20 notes on each string, and there's 6 strings, so there's 120 potential notes, right, that we could play. That's a lot of knowledge and information that I could share. So I'm an entrepreneur and I've got like tons of knowledge I can share. Okay, let's just make a video and share all my knowledge, right? That's like doing this on the guitar.
Damn it, that's exactly what I sound like. That sums up my speech patterns most of the time on my live streams. It doesn't feel good, man. It's not compelling. It's not going to connect.
Look how much knowledge I just shared. It's good, right? Did you like the video? Like and subscribe.
That's me.
That's obviously not going to get you anywhere, right? But that's what most people do who are making videos, right? They're just like trying to share all of their knowledge and prove that they're an expert. So instead, you need to...
Yeah, I want to share all my knowledge and I want to prove to you that I'm an expert. But more importantly, I want to succeed at this and prove to myself that my painful choices of talking publicly about very uncomfortable topics, that there's been an appropriate payoff, that all my suffering, all my disconnection, all my lost friendships, all my loss of social status, my lost economic and social and romantic opportunities from my predilection to talk publicly about uncomfortable topics, that there is a worthy payoff to this lifetime of pain and exclusion and not being invited. And so every Sunday morning here when I do the big show, right, it's an opportunity primarily to show to myself that this trail of tears is all worth it, because I'm going to come with something that is just so valuable. It helps people, it contributes, that I can look at it and go, okay, the pain, the ostracism, it's all worth it, because I'm coming with so much value. But then I sound just like that bloke.
Structure your knowledge. Knowledge and information by itself is inherently actually valueless. The thing that gives knowledge and information value is the organization and structuring of it. That is your job as a creator. So there's 2 ways, principally, to structure.
Yeah, I need a charismatic sidekick co-host. That's what I need. I also need to listen to the people who know what they're talking about, recognize that success leaves clues, and then do the work that's necessary. I took like a 6-month class on how to do a one-man play. And luckily I recorded most of the classes with the permission of the teacher, and I still have those recordings, but I never really learned to implement them. And my teacher would say, why aren't you implementing these? And it was just too hard, right? This guy is telling me what I need to do. And so I'm trying to emulate his advice right now. I'm trying to connect with what I'm feeling. I'm feeling frustration, failure, sadness, self-directed anger, and a recognition that there is a better way to go.
Structure and organize information. The first way is limiting the amount of information that you share in a video. You probably need to share way less information in a video than you think if you structure it well. So the first thing is limiting your information. In this analogy, that would look like choosing a key. So I might choose the key of E. So I'm only playing like 5 notes there and it's already sounding like music, right? Less is more here. So I can also play a bunch of different chords in the key of E. Right, and this structure here is limited.
He's right. Right, those times when my live streams have been compelling, right, have been when I followed this pattern.
The amount of information that I'm sharing with you right now. The next thing is choosing the order of which to share the information. So in this point right now, you've probably realized, or maybe you haven't, that I've chosen quite a while right now to lay the context and explain why this is important before actually talking that much about it. Rather than, for example, calling my video something like, here's everything I know about structuring content. Oh, it sounds fun, right? And then I'm like, right, here's everything I know about structuring information. You probably wouldn't click on that and watch it because for you, structuring information doesn't sound shiny enough for it to be important. But you do understand that blowing up your personal brand is important, right? So I'm linking, I've spent a fair amount of time now linking blowing up your personal brand to structuring your content and showing you why this is important. Okay, so once you structure your content and choose the order, your music might start sounding like this. So it's like a chord progression. So I'm choosing these chords.
And so when I succeed, it's because there is something like this going on. There is a chord progression that one point leads to another point.
Chords. So that might be point 4, right? This is point 1, 2, 3, 4. And then going off the cuff, you know, you just start like fiddling around.
And you are much more flexible when you're carrying a low cognitive load. So when I'm struggling with technical issues and there are all these points that I want to talk about, and you'll notice that I sound like my RAM is just fully expended, right? That I am operating with a high cognitive load, and I am operating like your computer operates when it's got way too many tabs open. And it's really hard to leave that state, to flee from that state, to rebuild yourself live while you're live streaming. It verges on the impossible to reset yourself. I mean, there are techniques such as let go of everything that you think you know, and that helps. But ideally, you really want to do as much preparation as possible to have an outline of the things that you want to say so that you have your text squared away, and then you can come to your show and do a nice, lovely musical progression. All right, this bloke's fair dinkum. All right, we love our nation. Usually we love our people. We love our law enforcement and our military too, not primarily for rational reasons, but for emotional reasons. I don't agree with almost any of the words in the song Imagine by John Lennon, but it emotionally moves me, right? I love pop music, and pop music and music in general moves us not because of the rationality of the words. It's the combination of the words with the music and the notes. It makes us feel something. And nationalism is not primarily something that we reason our way towards. It's primarily something that is felt. The things that primarily drive us tend not to be rational, right? The strongest drives are those that come from our genetics and from our upbringing. So the most powerful emotion that I felt as a child was the pain of being ostracized. And then if I go back to my ancestry, I seem to come from a long line of rebels. And so there's something about being a rebel, perhaps in my genetics and in my upbringing, that combine to create a flood of biochemicals in my system that I keep wanting to recreate because it's the most powerful biochemical flood that I know. Unfortunately, it's often a biochemical flood that leads me towards maladaptive behavior, and to the extent that my life gets better is because I'm able to reorient more and more of my biochemical rushes towards adaptive rather than maladaptive behavior. But if I'm just up here speaking and there's no biochemical rush that's coming with the words, that there's no emotional resonance, that it's not tapping into my genetics and my ancestry and my upbringing, and let's just say it's just purely something that I've reasoned my way towards, it's not going to land. It's going to be much less likely to connect. I think this guy explained the power of music too. That struck me as.
And then you're going off the cuff like that around those points. So in your own videos, what you're going to want to do is spend quite a bit of time, and not like time just to fill up time. I mean like time to really make sure that the audience gets it, explaining the why before each point. And this is why in school, like some teachers in classes were so interesting and engaging and others were so boring. The ones that were engaging and interesting are likely explaining why this is super important for you to learn, often using metaphors and analogies.
So I've always wanted to belong to the cool crowd. I remember the one time that I lived with a woman for longer than a couple of weeks. I lived with this woman in Florida in the fall of 1993, late summer, early fall of 1993. I think I lived with her 3 or 4 months. And you really get to know someone when you live with them. And she got these insights. One, that my chest would flush red, signaling a very intense reaction that I would get when anyone treated me as not intelligent. Right? I really resented that. Also, one way that she formed a different impression of me from her initial impression was that I really liked luxury. I really wanted to hang out in the most expensive lazy boy chair that she had in the living room. And so I love money, I love status, I love connection, I love romance. I love the good things in life that have been largely kept from me by my own self-destructive predilection to talk about very uncomfortable topics publicly. And I probably can't stop doing this. And so I've tried to create a life where I can just simply make the best of things, given my addictive need to bring up very uncomfortable topics and talk about them publicly. So I need to try to create value if I'm going to do this. And that's probably why I put so much energy and time and commitment into these bloody live streams, primarily to show to myself, hey, it's all worth it, mate. Right? You're going to contribute. You're going to help people.
And the ones that are boring just go straight into it and be like, you need to learn this. And you'd be like, oh, okay, why? So once you've got that plan, how do you actually deliver it to camera off the cuff in a way that feels authentic and connected to your audience? And just before I get into that, I want to show you exactly what a transformation looks like that uses this method of speaking.
Yeah, this guy's fair dinkum, right? He does have a presence. That bloke Michael who comes on my show, he just has presence. Kevin Michael Grace just has presence.
Speaking. So check out my client Guy's first video when he joined my program.
Just realized that we had to do today's challenge. Just want to make sure that I stuck.
That's what I sound like 99% of the time. I'm standing up here saying words that are not landing.
With everybody else, watch a lot of videos and very happy to see the group of people that are in here and looking forward to working with all of you to grow together.
And after going through the program, the Natural Speaking System, for 8 weeks, check out Guy's latest video.
Don't sell your business without watching this video first. Many founders end up leaving millions of dollars on the table when they sell.
That is a night and day difference.
The problem? They don't know what buyers are looking for and how some simple action could have made their business irresistible. In this video, I'm going to walk you through 8 simple levers that can significantly increase the value of your business. My name is Guy Allen. I've worked on over $3 billion worth of transactions as an investment banker. I've built and sold my own.
I almost never sound as authentic and powerful and as effective as this bloke sounds. Like, why can't I connect like Jesse Jackson and Martin Luther King and Barack Obama?
Business.
And what Guy learned in these 8 weeks was exactly how to structure his videos. So like what to say, in what order, how to structure the information, and then how to deliver it with authenticity, connection, and confidence on camera. So let's get into how to actually deliver like that. The problems that you'll come up against when you talk to camera. First of all, you probably don't feel like yourself, and you feel like you're either putting on this front or you're just like not the best version of yourself, so the authenticity isn't really there.
Yes, he's right.
And also you feel incoherent, like you can't get your thoughts across, and it's really frustrating. So this next thing helps a ton with both of those things, and that is to reduce your cognitive load when you are talking to camera.
Wow, I heard that, and that just immediately landed. Right? One characteristic of blokes is they hear a good idea, often just one sentence like that, and it can forever change them. Right? You want your cognitive load as little as possible, as low as possible. Right? When I'm dealing with a higher and higher cognitive load, I am less pleasant. I am more stilted. I just have less and less room in my system for other people. When I'm at work, I'm more ill-tempered. Like I'm like touching my face. I'm swearing a tremendous amount. I just don't have the cognitive load to deal with disruptions, disconnect, anything. A low cognitive load. Right? That's what I need. And bloody hell, it's true. Charisma is not distributed evenly, right? 13% of the population has 56% of the charisma. And I wish that wasn't true, but that's the reality. Wow. Okay. My favorite newspaper in the world is the New York Times. And I consistently get more value from the New York Times than any other newspaper in the world. And their top story right now on the upper left, and I think it's been their top story for about 15 hours now, Trump's efforts to control information echo an authoritarian playbook. I didn't say that right. Okay. Trump's efforts. Let me emotionally connect with my words. Trump's efforts to control information echo an authoritarian playbook. So when liberals try to control information flow, it's because they love truth. It's because they love democracy. It's because they love America, because they want what's best for you. But when right-wingers, nationalists, tribalists, people like Donald Trump try to control information, it's because they're authoritarian, wink, wink, they're fascists, they're dictators, they're Nazis. Right? There are very few parts of the political spectrum that don't try to control information. I mean, everyone's not just trying to rule the world, everyone's trying to control the information that you receive. And I want to control the information you receive. For example, I don't want sexually explicit material easily available because I have a deeply pessimistic view of human nature. And with men in particular, they're going to be weak to displays of pornography. And I want to make it more difficult to access that. So I am quite open, and I think it's probably a good idea that people should have to register to be able to get access to hardcore pornography. So I want to make illegal access to information about, say, anything to do with children, child pornography, right? There are different forms of information that I want to control. So President Trump fired the official who compiled jobs data. And I don't think that reflects well on Donald Trump. I'm quite skeptical that this woman deserved to be fired. And he does want to suppress facts that he doesn't like, and he does want to promote his own version of reality. And I'm quite open that he is far more extreme in the way he goes about this compared to other American presidents. So the libs might be onto something here. But I think many critiques of Donald Trump are accurate, and they are fair, and the place where I take issue is ignoring that not only everyone wants to rule the world, but virtually everyone wants to control your information flow.
Vice President J.D. Vance gave a speech recently that deserved more attention than it got. Vance was accepting an award from the Claremont Institute, a right-wing think tank, and not just any award, an award for statesmanship. And Vance in this speech sets himself a few tasks. One is to understand the nature of the left.
What unites Islamists, gender studies majors, socially liberal white urbanites, and big pharma lobbyists?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't give him high marks for where he ended up.
It's hatred. They hate the people in this room. They hate the President of the United States. And most of all, they hate the people who voted for that President of the United States.
So those of us on the right, Trump supporters, nationalists, we should give Ezra Klein credit for how many nationalists and right-wingers he has on his show. We should give the New York Times credit for taking ideas that they find despicable, at least taking the ideas seriously and engaging with those ideas.
States in the last election in November. This is the animating principle of the American far left.
Something I've always found interesting about Vance is that if you read Hillbilly Elegy, and I've read it a couple of times, if you take seriously what he is struggling with in that book, one of the things he's struggling with is a sense of being othered. Vance reads his own audiobook. You can hear him saying this.
But as I realized that in this new world, I was the cultural alien, I began to think seriously about questions that had nagged at me.
Is there anyone who does not hate being othered, right? People don't like being in the minority, right? The normal, natural, adaptive way that we are wired is to want to connect with the majority and to be in the middle of the herd.
Me since I was a teenager. Why has no one else from my high school made it to the Ivy League? Why are people like me so poorly represented in America's elite?
So why is it that the New York Times has so much sympathy for minorities who feel othered, but so little sympathy for people on the right or people with just traditional inclinations who feel othered?
Institutions. Why is domestic strife so common?
Right. The New York Times and other forms of the establishment, they valorize and they respect and they encourage minorities to feel a group identity. But when whites do it or Christians do it or the majority does it, then it's a scary fascist thing.
And families like mine. Why did I think that places like Yale and Harvard were so unreachable? Why did successful people feel so different?
You could imagine that guy going on to build a politics of tolerance, a politics to make sure other people don't feel that way. And yet he goes on to build a politics all around othering.
We're seeing migrants kidnap our dogs and cats.
So name me a major form of politics that is not othering. Liberalism is othering, right? If you don't believe in liberalism, you don't support the tenets of liberalism, you are othered as medieval, regressive, uneducated, bigoted. Name me a political movement that does not other. Name me a religious cultural movement that does not other. If you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, what comes with that is antipathy towards the Philadelphia Eagles, the New York Giants, the Washington Redskins, all those who threaten the success of the team that you love. I don't think it's possible to have any system for looking at the world that does not other, except for some types of Christianity, right? So there are types of Christianity that seem to revolve around love and radical inclusion and the Salvation Army, etc. But very few ways that I'm aware of looking at the world where othering is not a huge component. Is Ezra Klein unaware of how he others?
Cats eating the geese. The professors are the enemy. Eating a cat, a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
There were a few protesters outside, and I can't be the only person wondering, it's a little after noon on a Friday, and don't you all have jobs?
So if you're connected to your group, you will inherently have some negative feelings about all those who threaten the safety, prosperity, and dignity of your particular group. So there's simply no way not to other, right? To love is to hate that which threatens the object of your love. I don't understand. I can't relate to any form of love where there isn't an othering. I would imagine that if I got married, that I would not want my spouse having sex with other men, right? In the sexual department with my spouse, I would hope that she would other men and not, allow them up inside her. But maybe this is a primitive medieval part of myself.
Jobs. Who are the people?
I watch that. I listen to him. And I wonder if he imagines that everyone who disagrees with him feels as he does.
So just because othering is normal, natural, and in many contexts and to many degrees healthy, doesn't mean that it is always the best way to go, right? Sometimes you want to practice radical love and inclusion. Sometimes you want to be open to outsiders. So the situation should determine, right, how intensely you want your in-group identity. So if you've got an intense racial in-group identity, an intense religious in-group identity, an intense ethnic in-group identity, that is usually not going to be an adaptive strategy if you're a university professor or you live in a big city. So I talk all the time about the joys, the wonders, the benefits of higher levels of social cohesion and social trust. Yet I choose to live in Los Angeles. And I have friends and extended family who live in highly homogeneous areas who love to talk to me about the beauties of diversity. So we both valorize the opposite of where we choose to live. Many conservatives prefer to live in left-wing cities, right? They don't like to live in the type of high trust, highly cohesive, homogeneous religious centers that they praise as an ideal. People are complicated, right? I became attracted to this woman through her writing, and then once I started getting close to her, I started finding her writing more and more distasteful and upsetting. I started dating an ex-porn star, and I really enjoyed the things that we were doing, and the more intimate the things that we were doing together, the more intensely it bothered me the things that she used to do with other blokes. And occasionally I'd confide with a friend, and he'd try to reframe things in a more beneficial way. And he'd say, 40, at least you know that she's not racist. But I couldn't do it. I was just overpowered by forces inside myself that were stronger than my drive for strategic, autonomous, cognitive, directed thinking.
Motivated by the emotions that pulse within him. But explaining what motivates his political opponents is not the only task Vance sets for himself. He wants to diagnose something deep.
So AI told me that Ezra Klein is a great example of someone who is fair to the other side, as opposed to right-wing talk show hosts who put up this relatively low IQ framework. Hey, I'm fighting for you. You're being oppressed by the elites, and I'm fighting back. I'm on your side.
Deeper, a more fundamental rot beneath Western society.
Every Western society, as I stand here today, has significant demographic and cultural problems. There is something about Western liberalism that seems almost suicidal, or at least socially parasitic, that tends to feed.
So I'm not someone who likes listening to politicians. But if I did listen to a politician, it'd probably be J.D. Vance, because politicians have a job that requires them to be much more partisan than I want to be. Right? I am naturally disposed towards a maladaptive level of partisanship. And so I don't need to be more partisan. Right? I want to be fair-minded. I want to be big-hearted. I want to practice radical love and inclusion. And there's just something about the job of a politician, right, that tends to drive people to say nasty things about the other side. And I'm here to promote understanding, right? I am predisposed towards a right-wing perspective on life, but I recognize that our politics in large part comes from our genes, and that over the course of thousands of years, that more openness to outsiders and other left-wing tendencies at times proved more adaptive to reality than my own right-wing preferences, right? The situation determines what is the most adaptive response. I've been putting my transcripts, YouTube transcripts, through Grok and saying, please show where I lack self-awareness. And so Grok comes back, tells me, for my last stream in particular, how to spot a pedo in the wild, that I use overgeneralization, I use sensationalism, that I use exaggerated inflammatory rhetoric. Because in my last stream, I said that people who talk about the rule of law, checks and balances, and human rights are pedos. I was joking, guys. Like, Ford framed this as a comedic bit, but it reveals a lack of self-awareness about the harm of such generalizations, right? By conflating serious social roles with a grave accusation, he undermines his credibility, and he fails to recognize how this cheapens discourse. Right? When he says that he's engaging in a classic 40 comic crowd pleaser, this shows he is prioritizing entertainment over substance. That I am unaware of how I'm trivializing the serious issue of pedophilia. I have an unreflective partisan and narrative bias. Right? I love the MAGA-friendly narrative. And I have contradictory stances on expertise and elites. I argue that intelligence agencies and elites manipulate narratives to undermine democracy, yet I rely heavily on, for example, Stephen Turner's academic expertise and his complex philosophical frameworks to bolster my arguments. Right? I am criticizing elites for gatekeeping knowledge, but then I'm using esoteric academic sources to frame my populist narrative. Right? I am mimicking the very behavior that I am condemning. Right? I rely on AI to analyze texts. Right? This complicates my anti-expert stance because I am leveraging advanced technology to claim intellectual authority. And then, do we really have to talk about my enormous levels of personal grandiosity combined with a facade of humility? My whip-snapping oscillations between self-deprecation and grandiosity? Right? There's classic lack of self-awareness about my self-presentation, right? I admit to ADHD, to shame, to narcissism, to maladaptive tendencies. I pretend and project humility, but then I boast about my prescient reporting from 25 years ago and my ability to produce wonderful, thoughtful shows. And I claim that I avoid feuds. And yet I'm fixated, apparently, on critics like Ron Unz and Jeffrey Sachs, whom I dismiss as reckless while I engage in similar sensationalism. I'm unaware of how my desire for success, for relevance, for ratings drives my rhetoric. Right? I reject catering to audiences' maladaptive emotional needs, but then I indulge in that very provocative content to try to maintain viewership. I lack self-consciousness about praising incels, right, who respect women's consent as being essential to upholding civil society. I ignore the toxic subculture within some incel communities. Right? My enthusiastic endorsement about Orion Taraban's point about incels shows that I'm unaware of how my emotional investment in contrarian takes clouds my judgment. My defense of MAGA narratives as emotionally satisfying betrays a lack of reflection on how I am swayed by narratives that make me feel good rather than by the pursuit of truth. I criticize elite media for lacking sufficient skepticism, for pushing narratives. Yet I engage in performative intellectualism by name-dropping big thinkers and citing dense academic works. Right? I am filled with jargon such as epistemic closure. Right? I mirror the very elite gatekeeping that I decry. Right? I attack pundits like Neil Ferguson and Jonah Goldberg for prioritizing the entertaining over the truth. And this is ironic, given my own admission that my Pedo bit to start the last live stream was meant to be a crowd pleaser. My live streams filled with tangents and bewildering and unverified claims are enactments of the very performative punditry that I criticize. I lack self-awareness about my own cultural biases. I romanticize American vibrancy due to diversity and crime while calling Australian news boring for its cohesion. I have an unexamined preference for the sensational. I have all these abundant personal anecdotes about how I'm a martyr for the truth, how I was ostracized for speaking the truth, but I don't reflect on how my own provocative style, for example, joking about the very serious topic of pedophilia, might create my own isolation. Instead, I blame other people for being just too sensitive.
Feed off of a healthy host until there's nothing left.
And what is that something? What is the parasite here? Well, a few sentences later, Vance makes it clear.
While our elites tell us that diversity is our greatest strength, they destroy the very institutions that allow us to thrive and build a common sense of purpose and meaning as Americans.
That's the problem, Vance thinks. Too much diversity. What we have broken is our definition of belonging, how we define who is an American. And the way we have broken it is we've made it too broad, too capacious, too accepting, too diverse. The problem, Vance thinks, is that we have come to believe a story, a fiction, that says Americanness is about what you believe rather than who you are and where your parents were born.
If you think about it, identifying America just with agreeing with the principles, let's say, of the Declaration of Independence, that's a definition that is way over-inclusive and
So I'm diligently noting down timestamps, but then that takes me out of the moment. Right? I could have been here connecting with you, building our relationship, moving forward together, but yet I was just disconnected from you. For the previous 60 seconds, I was jotting down a timestamp and I checked out of our relationship. Right? What about your needs? Right? You came here to connect and I'm here inviting you to connect. I'm telling you how much I want to connect, and then I'm disconnected. I'm jotting down timestamps when you came here with an open heart. It's like, 40, I heard you want to connect, and I want to connect with you, and it must have been jarring. It must have been bewildering. It must have been painful to want to connect with me, and then I'm completely disconnected, jotting down timestamps. Not only am I jotting down timestamps, I'm not paying full attention to what I'm playing to you. Right? If I was a real fair dinkum host, I would be fully present in the moment, listening to the words that I am playing to you, because what I choose to play for you is a reflection of my values. It's a reflection of what I think are the best sources of information, and what is the most profound and important thing to talk about today. And I'm playing that, and I'm checked out, just like jotting down timestamps when I should be with you. All right, it's as though we are connected. We're building something. The connection, the intimacy that we are building together is growing and growing, and then suddenly you feel like I'm no longer there. It's like, God forbid, I think much of the time, maybe most of the time, maybe 97.8% of the time, that I was making passionate love to my woman, I would start checking out, fantasizing about other women, and they would feel that. They would feel that lack of disconnection, that I was fantasizing about some woman at work, or some woman at college, or some, God forbid, woman I'd met on the street, or certain dirty scenarios that I'd seen in certain forms of independent cinema. And she would feel that. And can you imagine how painful that was for her? She wanted to connect with me doing this very intimate thing, and my eyes were closed and I was checked out. And then those rare occasions when I would keep my eyes open and her eyes were open, and we were looking at each other as we were doing very intimate things, that was just a whole new level of intensity. I remember, God forbid, there was this time I was with my woman, and I was on top, and her head was on my pillow, and then just beyond her head, I had splayed these various adult publications. And how did that make her feel? And yet here I am at age 59, and I'm kind of reenacting that. We were building something beautiful together, and then I'm like checking out. Where was I? So I did listen a little bit there to what Ezra Klein was talking about. And one critique I would have of him is that he's not placing J.D. Vance in his appropriate genre. J.D. Vance is no longer primarily an author. He's no longer primarily an explorer of what is. He is now a politician who has responsibilities, who has to live up to a particular role. Right? The type of thing that you can talk about from a Protestant pulpit on Sunday morning, right, are different than the type of things that you can talk about at an open mic at a comedy store. So J.D. Vance is not working in the genre of where you primarily pursue truth, right? He is primarily now a political activist and an employee who has to subordinate his own wishes and ego and desires to the wishes of his employer. And I have often been at odds with my employers over the years, and I've often thought, oh, I know better. And wouldn't it be a wonderful world if we know better and we inform other people that we know better than they do, and we show them where they are wrong, and they respect that and appreciate that? But that doesn't usually work. That tends to be a maladaptive way to go through life. People don't care how much you know till they know how much you care, right? Being at odds with your employer, having different priorities from your employer, correcting the people around you, just taking for granted that what people most need is for you to correct them, is a pointless way to go through life. It just doesn't work, right? But if you're hosting a live stream, then you comment on other people's points and then correcting them, right? This is a particular genre where correcting other people is a good way to go. But in most of life, it's a lousy way to go. So I think Ezra Klein is making a genre error. He's not placing J.D. Vance in his proper genre. Number two, he is confusing what is with what should be. And is this a general problem in conversations between people on the right and liberals? It feels like in political discussions, liberals primarily talk about what should be, and conservatives keep saying, no, we first have to go back to what is. And only once we agree on what is can we then talk about what should be. And it feels like in this conversation that Ezra Klein is primarily focused on what should be, and the trads that he's talking to and about are primarily focused on what is. And those are very different conversations. And the teacher, my writing teacher, the teacher of how to put on a one-man play, she would make the point, you cannot create and edit at the same time, right? There's a time and a place for just creating, and that's where you just spill everything out. And then editor mode is a different mode. And so the conversation about the nature of reality is a very different conversation from what should be the nature of reality. And if your conversational partner is focused on what should be, and what you're focused on is what is, that's not going to work out very well, right? You are not going to be connecting. And way too many women who were with me felt like there should be a rhythm and a connection between us. And I was much more in authoritarian mode. I wasn't meeting her midway and connecting. I was imposing my own rhythm and my own selfishness and my own needs on her, and then she just had to take it. Or they would notice that I would start out thinking about her and her needs, but then as my own desires became increasingly intense, I would forget about her needs, and I would just take what I wanted without any consideration for her. And I'm probably doing the same thing on these live streams. I'm here taking what I want, and I'm forgetting about what you need.
Under-inclusive at the same time. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it would include hundreds of millions, maybe billions of foreign citizens who agree with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. Must we admit all of them tomorrow?
I watched that and I think, no one is suggesting we should. But
well, there are degrees here. And by and large, people on the left are more open to immigration than people on the right. And you do have plenty of people who think America would be better off with 1 billion citizens. So it's not true that nobody says that we should open up immigration.
Vance knows that. He's setting up a straw man in order to make his real argument work. He's creating a fake position that Americanists should be built on nothing but fealty to the Declaration of Independence, in order to argue his real position, that Americanists should have nothing to do with the ideals in the Declaration of Independence.
That answer would also reject.
So I disagree with those nationalists who ridicule civic nationalism. All forms of nationalism contain multitudes, right? I am not just a self-absorbed, narcissistic live streamer. Sometimes I'm a sensitive, considerate, altruistic bloke. All right? Sometimes I'm a rule follower. Sometimes I'm a productive part of society. I contain multitudes. And so does nationalism. Nationalism usually contains a racial element, that there is some kind of shared ancestry. It often contains a religious element. It often contains a cultural element. It often contains a civic element. And so I disagree with those ethnic nationalists, religious nationalists, or racial nationalists who have contempt for civic nationalists, right? There should always be, and there will always normally be, an element of civic nationalism. And for some nationalists, the civic nationalist component will be the biggest component. And that's not my type of nationalism. I don't think that getting excited about America due to its founding documents and its ideas is a sustainable path for bringing people together. But for those for whom that's really important, I don't condemn them. I think there's an element of that there are some shared ideas and some shared commitments and some founding documents that are good and that we should respect and appreciate, and recognize that that's an element in some people's nationalism. It should be an element in an ordinary thinking, intelligent American nationalism for people with IQs over 115 who venerate the Constitution, the founding documents, and civic nationalism. We should respect and appreciate that. At the same time, civic nationalists should respect that there's usually an ancestral element to nationalism, right? You share a common ancestry that comes from a certain place. For example, at the time of the Declaration of Independence, about 90% of white people in the United States came from the British Isles, that Anglo-Saxon traditions shaped our dominant institutions, that the elite class up until about the 1950s was dominantly either Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Saxon influence. So the impolitic way of describing this ancestral nationalism is racial nationalism or ethnic nationalism. But that usually plays a role in many people's feeling of bonding, right? The more you have in common with other people, right, the more likely you are to trust them and the more likely you are to get along with them. And there is an ancestral element to that, which is also called a racial element to that, and an ethnic element to that. There is also often a religious element to that. So let's take Jews. Jewish nationalism is called Zionism, and there are religious Jews who are Zionists, and there are atheist, completely secular Jews, and there are Jews in between who are Zionists. And so Judaism is a religious expression within one type of national identity. But you don't have to be religious to be a Jewish nationalist. But many people who are Jewish nationalists do have a religious component. And so you'll find many Jews who go to synagogue on Saturday morning to talk to God. You'll find that would be, I would guess, 2% of Jews around the world who primarily go to synagogue to talk to God. Then you would have about 20% of Jews who primarily go to synagogue to connect with their ancestors, their traditions, and with their hero system. And then you'd have another 60% of Jews, to the extent the primary thing that sends them to synagogue and to participate in religious rituals is to connect with their extended people, with those with whom they have an ancestral relationship, a genetic relationship with their fellow tribesmen. And so the Anglo-Saxon traditions that so shaped the founding of America and its dominant institutions, all right, there was a religious expression to them that's called Protestantism. Right? Now, I don't view religion, when I'm speaking about it in purely secular terms, as primarily something that is outside of culture that then shapes culture, though it does contain an element of that. I see religion, when I'm looking at it purely in a secular, let's say, atheistic way. I understand religion as an expression of a particular people understanding the world around them and pursuing a desire to interact with the superhuman, the divine, and that expression, that religion is, I think, primarily the product of a particular people and the particular culture that they create, which is a combination of genes and environment. And that's when I look at things just purely from a secular perspective, because I want to talk here in a way that pretty much anyone coming to the stream will be able to relate to. So from that secular perspective, religion is an expression of culture, which is an expression of a combination of particular genes with a particular environment. So from an empirical perspective, I would see Protestantism and Judaism being far more of an expression of particular people in a particular place producing a particular way of understanding the universe. Now, this rational empirical perspective is not the only way I go through life. I also have a non-rational, supra-rational, theological way of understanding religion, in particular my religion, and that is, I believe God communicated with man by transmitting the Torah and showing Jews in particular how to live in a way that would be a blessing to the world. So that's my non-rational religious perspective. And so there's no reason to deny or to diminish people for whom their nationalism is primarily civic or primarily religious or primarily cultural or primarily ethnic or ancestral or racial, right? A nationalism will usually be a combination of all those things, and the level of intensity of one particular expression may vary in particular time and place. So if you live at a time that venerates the racial, then your racial identity will probably be the primary expression of your nationalism, right? So in the late 19th century, Jews were very at ease with talking about Jews as a race. After World War II, people became quite uncomfortable talking about Jews as a race because they blamed the Holocaust on racism. And so now it is much more prestigious to talk about group identity as commitment to values that stand outside one, that one can align with strategically from your own buffered identity. So in the post-World War II cultural setting in the advanced economies, it's much more prestigious if you are going to be a nationalist to be a civic nationalist, that your nationalism was based on a love of values, a veneration for the founders, for the Constitution, for the Declaration of the Independence, for principles. Now, just because you're in a setting where that was the more encouraged and more high status way of expressing your nationalism doesn't mean that the things that people say match what they feel. So all sorts of people who experience their nationalism primarily as racial and ethnic, they will only talk about it publicly in civic terms, in philosophical terms, in intellectual, abstract terms, but it's not how they experience it. If you live in a setting where the dominant ethos is religious, then you will primarily talk about the world in religious terms. Even if, God forbid, you're an atheist, or even if religion isn't that important to you behind closed doors, you recognize that the way to get ahead is to talk in religious terms. So most people, most of the time, when they talk about abstract matters, they are just saying the things that are socially expected to say. And so if your setting's religious, you say things in a religious framing. If your setting is one that puts a premium on, say, civic nationalism, then people express their ideas in terms of civic nationalism. If you're speaking, God forbid, in a setting that puts a high premium on ancestry or ethnicity or race, then people will just simply frame things in those terms. So most people don't live for abstract values that they stand for, even if it's going to cost them human connection and prestige, right? Most people just utter the things that they are expected to say in a particular setting. And what people say only bears a marginal relationship to what they truly feel, truly believe, right? Most people do not believe what they say. Most people do not say what they believe. And I don't know about you, there are all sorts of settings. The dominant time that I spend around other people, I cannot say what I mean, and I cannot mean what I say. I have to play a role. And it's such a relief when I can talk to Elliot Blatt and say what I mean and mean what I say. I'm tearing up right now thinking about how grateful I am for those people in my life for whom I can say what I mean and mean what I say. I have never tended to a vast number of friendships, right? I've always tended to a small number of friendships that were very intense.
A lot of people that the ADL would label as domestic extremists, even though those very Americans had their ancestors fight in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War. And I happen to think that it's absurd, and the modern left seems dedicated to doing this, is saying you don't belong in America unless you agree with progressive liberalism in 2025. I think the people whose ancestors fought in the Civil War have a hell of a lot more claim over America than the people who say they don't belong.
It's so interesting that the war J.D. Vance chose to illustrate that argument with was the Civil War. A war in which one side wanted to dissolve the United States of America in defense of slavery.
I don't multitask well, and from what I've read, we don't, as human beings, multitask well, because I really wanted to talk to you right then about the chat. I've been going, I've been yammering, I've been performing, I've been streaming for 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 49 seconds. And have I repeated back to you what you've been saying to me in the chat? Have I been meeting you halfway? Have I been making it concrete that I want to connect with you? I've been yammering for 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 7 seconds, and I have never once, to the best of my knowledge, engaged with you. Because you're the real hero here. I mean, you're the one who matters. You are the one who's unappreciated. You're the one who's not properly understood. You're the one who deserves good things in life, but you're being held back by our corrupt institutions and by our satanic pedophile elites. Right? You're the victim here, and I'm ignoring you. And that's not right. And I could pretend to engage with you while listening to the profound insights of Ezra Klein. That's not fair to you. Right? You can spot in my micro gestures that are just flowing across my face whether or not I'm truly here, connected with you. Right? Is there anything more discouraging for me when I pour out my heart and I can just tell that someone's not there with me? It doesn't make me feel good, man. When are you going to stream on your lawn, Luke? It'd be great. You could utter age-appropriate threats that passes by, such as "get off my lawn." Well, there are more important things than my live streaming. My stroll streams, my walk and talk streams, they're much better to watch when I put them on a gimbal, right? But people feel threatened by that, right? Other people, it's upsetting to them when I walk by, particularly in my own familiar neighborhood and streets and community. Like, I am causing harm to others for the sake of giving you a higher quality technical experience. But the well-being of other people, particularly those who are closest to me and have the capacity to do more harm to me or be more incentivized to hurt me, that should be more important to me than what you need. And uttering age-appropriate threats that passes by from my lawn is not in my neighborhood's best interest. I'd like to see a walk and talk of Luke filtered through LA's seediest red light areas. That might be quite dangerous. Content is always more important than delivery. No, sometimes content is more important than delivery, and other times delivery is more important than content. But now I have important work to do, says Bob. Has there ever been a better friend to this show than Bob Outberger? He's just been a good mate to me. And Bob says, I often ask a colleague to sit down with me and to review my work. They always say yes, and the output gets better. We are stronger together. Hillary Clinton is right. It takes a village, and that's what we're creating here. Think about all the people who've joined our community, and now they've started keeping Shabbos. They've started keeping kosher. They started putting on tefillin every morning. They now observe the laws of Taharat Mishpacha, the laws of family purity. All right, they've started connecting with God and with Torah. I find that fact-checking my work with AI is really good. Fact-checking the transcript of my YouTube streams with Grok is quite helpful. I even asked my boss to sit down with me and review my work. I admire the type of relationships that you have in your workplace, Bob. it's hard to let go of a woman with big breasts. Yeah, and then there are the women with big breasts who choose to get them reduced. And that woman with the big breasts, she's gone forever. She's not the same woman. The news anchor's voice is not musical. There is a sort of weird structure to their delivery. So I wonder what AI says. Is there a musical quality to the delivery of newscasters? So due to my way too empty life, I've often been overly obsessed with the newscasters. And so I want to enter your query into AI, but then you'll be just left with dead air for 10 seconds. So I should take care of your needs.
What he's saying here is that since then, we have increasingly identified Americanists as believing what the victors of the Civil War believed, that we are a country dedicated to realizing what was written into the Declaration of Independence. But Vance is saying, no, that was wrong. What matters is not what you believe about America. It is how long.
I sometimes watch Dallas Cowboy games from 1966. I mean, how empty is my life that I have so much emotional investment in the Dallas Cowboys? All right, the more intense your sports fandom, the more empty your life. And I've had probably way too intense a relationship with my favorite newsreaders. I love Dan Rather. I read several of Dan Rather's co-authored autobiographies. What was it, with Mickey Herskowitz? My father also preferred Dan Rather. I would derive a great. I would form these virtual relationships with people on the radio and people on TV. Listening to Dennis Prager, he was like my substitute father figure. And I've asked AI, is there a musical quality to the best newscasters? And it meant so much to me when I met Mike Adamle. He used to co-host the pre-NFL show on NBC with Brian Gumbel and then provide updates during the games. Mike Adamle talked to me in 1979. I went to SeaWorld and he was broadcasting from SeaWorld. And he talked to me for like 15 minutes and he said all sorts of nice things about me. And then my sister got Roger Staubach's autograph for me. That meant so much to me. And then I wrote to the sportscaster on KGO Radio, the head sportscaster, Joe Starkey, and he wrote back a postcard just filled with good advice on how to become a sportscaster. One of the things he recommended was developing expertise about the so-called minor sports. And I wrote in requesting advice and autographed pictures from these major sportscasters on the 3 network affiliates on the San Francisco TV stations, and they all wrote back to me and sent me autographed pictures. Then when I moved to the Sacramento area, I did the same thing for the Sacramento TV sportscast. They didn't write back to me. They didn't send me autographed pictures. And Grok says the best newscasters often have a musical quality to their delivery. Their speech tends to follow a rhythmic cadence with carefully modulated pitch, pacing, and emphasis that make their delivery engaging and easy to follow. So now it's painful to tell you that you were wrong, but you were wrong. They have a musicality. They have a well-composed melody that helps to maintain and develop listener attention, and it conveys authority or empathy as needed. Think of Walter Cronkite's steady, warm baritone. Think about Barbara Walters' deliberative, emotional phrasing. Think about the lyrical flow of their speech that made complex news feel accessible and compelling. And when I was working in radio, I'd look at the people more successful than me, and they were doing this very thing, and I couldn't do it, and I failed. And I wanted to be a star. I still want to be a star. It's less about singing, and it's more about the artful use of vocal dynamics to create a memorable, almost melodic narrative. And there's an exercise that I try to do, the daily warm-up for men. It's a 30-minute daily warm-up for the male singer, the male speaker, that helps develop a melodic quality to your voice. And I've kept putting it off over the past couple of weeks, telling myself, oh, I'll do it when I watch some cricket, or I'll do it when I watch some sport. But then there haven't been compelling cricket or baseball matches, and so I haven't done it, and so I haven't been able to develop the musical quality to my presentation. I haven't done the work that would enable me to give you the gift of a musical quality to my cadence. Luke used to make videos on the lawn with women. Yeah, but I wasn't live, right? I would just set up with my what women want conversations. Strange head movements that would never work outside of TV that attempt to convey superiority. Brandon, I think the truth is the opposite. The effective speaker, including the effective newscaster, does not give away their neck. They don't have weird bobbles of their head. Instead, there is a smooth movement of gesture and of coming from the head-neck relationship that conveys warmth and authority, right? There isn't just strange bobblehead going on. So the effective politicians, the Ronald Reagans, the Barack Obamas, right, they don't give away their necks. That's one of the keys to the effective, powerful public speakers. Charisma is a fancy name for a capacity to manipulate undetected. Now, I think charisma is a name for making other people feel something, energized. So if you bring energy because you meet people where they're at and you make them feel acknowledged and seen, right, you will transmit energy, and then they'll give that energy back to you, and you'll build something together. And the more energy that you are able to unlock in the people you interact with, the more charismatic you will feel. Man does not only think, he acts. He has not only ideas, but values. To adopt a value is to introduce hierarchy and a certain consensus of values, a certain hierarchy of ideas. Yes. That's from Hierarchies, the caste system and its implications. Bob recommends watching the film Hillbilly Elegy. I haven't done that. I feel kind of afraid. I don't like watching films about drug addiction or alcoholism. The caste system in India has persisted for thousands of years. It's still very strong. I remember asking an Indian immigrant what caste she was from, and she said, "Oh, we don't have that now," but she was Brahmin, right? I think most Indian immigrants in the United States are Brahmin. The untouchables in the United States are the white working class. Is there a greater master of the pithy and the wise than our friend Glib Medley? Right? We may want to deny the power of the caste system, but it's still there. The smelly homeless are not defined by ancestry. I don't know. Luke should title this, Elites like Tucker Carlson restrict our speech when it defends millionaires like himself. Don't have an opinion on that. I am disappointed in Tucker Carlson's direction towards the lower IQ over the past few years. While I would never think of Dennis Prager as a substitute father, when I was in my early college days, he was like a substitute conservative professor, a unicorn in the leftist wilderness, a beacon of truth. So I know what you mean about the assurance of the voice of prominent newscasters. They give us a bearing on reality, even if they are lying. So there are times when people and ideas and these parasocial relationships can come into our life and bless us, right? So parasocial relationships can be a blessing. Parasocial relationships can be a curse. And I have now gone 1 hour and 24 minutes of my yammering and playing other people's content. Never I once talked to Kip, who's been delivering just a stream of insights. No, not yet, but I will right after this.
Your family has been in America. You could see Vance as in conversation here with Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, trying to rebut their vision of citizenship. But Vance is a man of his time. The person he is rebutting here is Barack Obama. Obama with his funny name, his Kenyan father, his belief that America is an unfinished project, and that the language of patriotism belongs.
So Ezra Klein's perspective is not one that fails in every situation. It's not one that's just outright stupid and maladaptive. In fact, it's highly adaptive for some professions, some situations, and less adaptive to maladaptive in other situations, just like the right-wing nationalist MAGA national conservatism perspective is effective and adaptive in certain situations and maladaptive in others. Now, I want to come from a place of truth instead of just spraying words all over you. And the truth is that Kip has been a valuable part of this community for, is it a year now? And yet, about 5 months ago, I think Kip said, 40, you should do a show where you talk about where Hitler was right. And my reaction was, Kip, that is a really maladaptive suggestion for me. And I started taking Kip a little less seriously after that suggestion. He was only trying to be helpful. And I haven't engaged with Kip and his ideas and his comments as deeply and profoundly as I used to ever since he made that one comment. And I've probably been unfair to Kip. So let's see what Kip's got for us today. I miss pumping gas before paying the cashier. Who else remembers life before prepaying for fuel? Yeah. When I go back to Australia and I see a more cohesive society, and I miss those days when you didn't have to prepay for gas. Diversity has caused many changes over the years. But let's be fair. Let's give liberals on the left and the diversity advocates their due. There are ways that diversity makes life better. There are ways that diversity makes America stronger. There are ways that civil rights have made America better, have made the quality of life better, have made many parts of our population feel more included in the American project. There are groups that have been advanced and protected by civil rights legislation and by the growth of diversity and the veneration of diversity. And then there are other groups who have been harmed. So California has extraordinarily strong economy, and much of that strength may well come from these liberal left ideals of diversity and immigration. So let's give diversity its due. Let's give civil rights legislation its due. It's helped America in some ways. It's helped certain groups, and it's hurt other groups. So we have, in Christopher Caldwell's wording, we have replaced the original Constitution that protected private property and free speech and replaced it with the Civil Rights Constitution that restricts speech and restricts the use of our private property, but expands protection of rights for minority groups. So the majority has been harmed by civil rights legislation. The quality of life for the majority has probably been diminished. Social trust and social cohesion overall in the United States has gone down. There are certain parts of America that have been devastated by civil rights legislation. So many of the places that shine in the civil rights narrative, Selma, Alabama, I'm not sure that the place shines in reality over the past few decades. So there are beautiful narratives and beautiful words and moving images that come from the civil rights narrative. And when I watch it, when I listen to it, I feel it. And it is beautiful and it moves me. At the same time, those who love civil rights and venerate the civil rights narrative should recognize that there are other groups, such as the majority, who have been harmed, that social cohesion, social trust have diminished, that violent crime has dramatically expanded, that we have much more government intrusion into our lives. We have an HRification of society. And while some groups benefited, other groups were diminished. And so a majority of Americans who thought about and felt things about civil rights in the 1960s thought they were doing a beautiful and lovely and generous thing for black people. And that's how they experienced the passing of civil rights legislation. At the same time, black people experienced it as the white majority saying, we are guilty, we have been doing horrible things to you, and we are owning up to how heinous our behavior has been. And so it reinforced and rendered stronger the black narrative of victimization and fueled increased anger and unleashed an attack on social cohesion, social trust, and just waves of violent crime, and destroyed many of our inner cities, such as Harlem and Watts. So different groups experience civil rights differently. And different groups not only have different gifts, but different groups not only have different values and different priorities, they also experience reality very differently. It's not just a matter of abstract principles, it's a matter of experience of reality. And the white majority of experience of reality of extending civil rights was experienced by the white majority, to the extent that it experienced anything, primarily as a beneficent, kind, generous, wonderful, look how great we are expression. And it was experienced by blacks to the extent that this was a powerful emotional experience for them, primarily as Whitey is saying that we're bad, Whitey is admitting that it's been heinous to us, Whitey is admitting that it's oppressing us, and Whitey is primarily responsible for most of our problems. Kip says, I hate guitar practice. And so tapping into what we hate often gives us some very powerful insights, right? There are things that I do well, and then there are all sorts of things that I don't do well. I was never going to be a great piano player, and I was so glad when we moved to the United States when I was 11 in 1977 that I no longer had to play the piano. Now, on the other hand, there are things that we hate that we have to do because other people have more power than we do, and they end up being good for us. Kip, I'm not sure I could say this, Kip. I wonder if it would diminish my social status. After you blow a cognitive load into a gal, I feel so sleepy. Why can't they just accept my gift and go away? Bro, it's not about blowing loads, right? Women are not watermelon that you blow loads in to see if they're sweet. All right? It's an opportunity to build something together. Your girlfriend was looking for a cognitive load. You misconstrued that cognitive load. You misconstrued that for a cognitive load. The relationship would never have worked out long term. So I don't think any of my relationships would have worked out long term. No politician can stand up to the purity test being administered by the pearl-clutching PC Karens. It's probably true that no viable politician for presidency of the United States could live up to the purity tests of the most extreme of either side of the spectrum. All that stuff in your head, that is now ours, 40. Snap out of this fog. Get back into your groove. Just steer clear of taking the Jewish angle 99.98% of the time. I wonder if I'm still capable of stepping into an Anglo-Saxon perspective. Jews are nomads. Jews are outsiders who refuse to adopt to the host culture, says Kip. Well, many Jews are highly adapted to the host culture. So most American Jews identify more strongly with America than Israel, and you can see that by their choice to live in America rather than to move to Israel. And it's only about approximately a third of American Jews who have an intense commitment to Israel. It's true in political terms that the net effect, the overall effect of Jewish political activism has been to push the left forward. So overall net effect, Jews in political terms, certainly over the past 100 years, probably longer than that, have overwhelmingly chosen to side with the coalition of the fringes against the white Christian majority. On the other hand, compared to other minority groups, American Jews would probably be the most patriotic and pro-American. 40, why haven't you taken even 18 minutes to watch St. George Floyd's encounter with Derek Chauvin? Kip says, funny enough, they cancelled a show called Heil Hitler, I'm Home after only one episode. Gee, wonder why they would do that.
Belongs to those who seek to finish it.
What could be more American than what happened in this place? What could more profoundly vindicate the idea of America than plain and humble people, unsung, the downtrodden?
So I will admit to a visceral negative reaction when people venerate America as an idea. That's my emotional reaction, but my cognitive, strategic, autonomous, buffered identity recognizes that there is an element to America is an idea. Jewish identity is a set of ideas. There is an element of that, right? I would expect that pretty much all nationalisms have a set of ideas that constitute an element of that nationalism. So to me, it's weird when people make these ideas more important than the connection to a concrete people in a concrete place, right? So in my understanding of nationalism, and nationalism is the most powerful political force for more than 2 centuries, there is always and usually dominantly a blood and soil component to that nationalism, even if it's socially unacceptable to reference it or to discuss it or to identify with it. And so even those who feel the blood and soil component of nationalism, they will react to the social incentives by not bringing it up, and it has to go subterranean, and instead it's much more socially acceptable to talk about America as an idea. So we all feel things and believe things that we recognize are just socially unacceptable, but it doesn't mean that those beliefs and those bedrock drives and physiological instincts are not there, even if we can be so bullied by social incentives that we would never give voice to what's going on. There is no inherent reason that an ideological commitment to nationalism as your foremost expression of nationalism is any better than a religious nationalism or an ethnic nationalism or an ancestral nationalism or a cultural nationalism, right? There's no inherent reason why one particular expression of nationalism is just automatically superior to others. Now, in the current space, most people who are open, loud, and proud about the blood and soil component of their nationalism, most people are going to be antisocial losers because the social incentives are so strong against expressing that anyone with anything to lose who retains some hold on their sanity knows that they cannot say that stuff out loud. And so, generally speaking, the only people who will speak to the huge blood and soil component of all nationalisms will be antisocial losers. And a normal, healthy person with something to lose will want to stay far away from associating with people, even if they're saying something that is true. Even if they're saying something that is true for you, but you've got a family to protect, you've got a livelihood to protect, you've got communal standing to protect, you've got your own well-being to protect, you've got your safety to protect. And so you would never give voice to this strata of your national identity publicly for very sane reasons. So the danger of doing a show like this where we talk about very uncomfortable topics is that someone might hear something that they resonate with and then leave the context of this show where there's some anonymous figure in a chat room and then in the real world start speaking with the provocative speech that they used as an anonymous figure in a chat room, and then the persona that they've created in their e-personality creates a negative feedback loop in their real life, which causes them to put more and more value on their e-personality, which makes them less and less productive in the real world. And so they start putting more and more into their e-personality, and that's not generally a productive path to live.
The dreamers not of high station, not born to wealth or privilege, not of one religious tradition, but many, coming together to shape their country's course. What greater expression of faith in the American experiment than this? What greater form of patriotism is there than the belief that America is not yet finished?
The view on the right is that this vision of patriotism, this vision of citizenship, is acid for the bonds that hold the country together. Countries are about people, not ideas. They're about a shared past, not an imagined future. In 2018, Yoram Hazony, an Israeli political theorist, released a book that became a sensation on the right. It was called The Virtue of Nationalism, and it sought to build a right that could withstand the challenge that liberals like Obama had posed. It sought to make a right that would reimagine belonging, not around the ideals that won the Civil War, but the people who fought it. Hazony became the founder of a movement. Year after year, he would host NatCon conferences, short for National Conservatives, and year after year, one of the people who'd come to those conferences, who would speak at them, was J.D. Vance. That's part of the ferment in which he developed the politics we know him for today. So if you want to understand that politics, that speech, this administration, Hazony and his book are a good place to start. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Yoram Hazony, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to ask about the central triptych in your book, families, tribes, and nations. I think people know what families are. But to begin, how do you
Colin Liddell had a very painful but accurate description of me. Called me an unsuccessful live streamer. And he's absolutely right. And I know a lot of successful people, and I notice that they bond and connect and create energy and build friendships by sharing success narratives. And they educate people to treat them in a particularly successful way by presenting themselves in a very impressive light. And somehow I learned to bond with people by doing the opposite. Right? To the extent that I've generally bonded with people, it's by confessing my pain, my failures, my humiliation. And so this is how I tend to interact with successful people. Right? Successful people tend to have a lot of energy. Right? You cannot be successful without a high level of energy. And the primary source of energy is through connecting with other people and building on a bond. So successful people naturally try to bond. And so if I'm talking to them, they will have an instinct to try to bond with me, and they will bond sharing their successes, and I will bond by sharing my failures, and they will experience me as a downer, and they would want to get away from the conversation, and I will try to kidnap them and hold them into the conversation and make them listen to my humiliation and failure. So I want to confess something. I do not live up to every standard in Orthodox Judaism. I do not live up to everything that I hold as good and true and beautiful. And yet, publicly, it's important to me to try to minimize the amount of deviance that I demonstrate from the standard in Orthodox Judaism. So today is Tisha B'Av. It's the saddest day in the Jewish calendar. It's a fast day, and I really should not be live streaming on Tisha B'Av. It is too sad a day. I'm not willing to make that sacrifice. On the other hand, given that it's a fast day, and a Jewish fast day means no drinking, right? I want to show a level of respect to the community that I join by not publicly taking a drink. So God forbid if I do drink water today, God forbid that I do, but if I do it, it should be off camera. Now, you may see me during the show walk off camera. You might think, there's 40, cheating on his religion again, taking big gulps of water on a fast day. He shouldn't even be live streaming God forbid, on Tisha B'Av. But God forbid I were to do that. That is the homage that vice pays to virtue. God forbid.
Define tribes, and how do you define nations?
What most of us are raised on is a view of politics that's, first of all, based on the individual, and then individuals.
I find that tendency of liberals just infuriating. To me, this is about the lowest form of discourse. And I didn't come up with that expression, right? Someone else said that. The lowest form of discourse is to ask people, how would you define commonly used terms? Right? That is such a low form of discussion. How would you define tribe? How would you define nation? And this is my bias, right? I got a right-wing bias. It seems that people on the left, liberals, right, do this all the time. And it's unacceptable. And maybe we shouldn't put up with it. And maybe we should just say, I will accept what Grok says, or Google says, or ChatGPT, or the Oxford English Language Dictionary. I'll accept those commonly held definitions. Am I wrong? Is this silly? Is this a dumb objection? What about my perception? This is a very common tactic, primarily used by the left. I don't like this type of discourse. I'm not down with it. I'm sick of it. Don't do it to me. I am not sure that I'm going to put up with it anymore. And the powerful communicator uses hand gestures, right? The powerful communicator does not keep their hands locked away. And so the powerful communicator, like the Donald Trumps of the world, they use their hands to emphasize a point. And I am here to connect with you. And I'm sick of it. And I am not sure that the next time Ezra Klein asks me on his show, well, honestly, he's never asked me on his show, never will ask me on his show, but I am not sure I'm going to put up with it. The next time the New York Times asks to interview me, right? The next time Margaret Brennan on CBS News wants me on Face the Nation, I am not sure I'm going to put up with this kind of liberal cliche. How would you define? I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. I am not going to put up with the left asking me to define commonly used terms. I might stand athwart history and say, no more definitions from 40 on commonly used terms. I am not going to put up with this type of liberal elite condescension. Am I just inventing something here? Is this just me? Is this just my pathology speaking? Is this just my primitive medieval self that is expressing itself here? Is there not an infuriating level of condescension here with this tactic? Another thing that I hate in these conversations is the question, tell me about yourself. That's not a question. That's a command. That's not a way to facilitate closeness. You're not going to build a bridge between two people by issuing commands. There, out of the thousands of people who come to this show, right, very few come to this show with a mindset of Captain 40, issue me commands. Right? We're in it together. You're the real star here. I'm fighting for you against the satanic pedophile elites who are holding you back and denying you the good things in life. I'm not here to issue commands. I'm not here to condescend and talk down to you. Am I just making this up? Does this not feel condescending? Is this not infuriating? Is this not the lowest form of discourse that liberals constantly employ? How would you define? I'm sick of it. I'm mad as hell. I'm going to come back here 1,000 times if necessary to call out this condescending, repellent form of liberal elite discourse. I say no more. We conservatives have suffered enough. We're not going to put up with this type of oppression.
Agree to create the state. And one of the central points in my books is that this is not, for most purposes, this is not a helpful way to think about things. Children are born into families. They're not born, free and equal, because they're
So a major way that I think most Orthodox Jews and most people with a traditional perspective on life would differ from liberalism is that we do not view the individual as the center and focus of things. So when Dennis Prager venerates the individual as the focus, right, that is not trad. That's not nationalist. That's not right wing. Liberalism does not come from the right. Right? The veneration of the freedom of individuals and the notion that individuals are born with certain inalienable rights is not a traditional right-wing concept. If it comes more from one part of the political spectrum than the other, that's much more of a revolutionary, radical, and left-wing impulse. Right? The trad conception is that we are primarily members of extended families. And that therefore the tribal, familial, national understanding of ourselves is more true to reality and will usually be more useful. Now, there are times and there are advantages to an individualist perspective. It's not like the liberal perspective and the liberal framework is just always maladaptive and wrong. There are many advantages living in the United States of America that has a substantial liberal framework. And even if ideas are not based in reality, they can still have wonderful consequences. So there are many wonderful consequences that come from embracing the classical liberal perspective of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and our founding documents that see people as being born with certain inalienable rights, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So even if it's not true, it's useful for a particular people in particular times and places. So there are many wonderful developments that come from the classical liberal individualist perspective, even if it's not true. So I am grateful and glad for many of the results of liberalism, but sometimes I think it goes too far. So certain element of socialism is probably a good idea. A certain element of oligarchy, a certain level of hierarchical authoritarianism are all probably essential for a modern advanced economy, and a certain element of individualism and liberalism is also a good thing. It's the amount, it's the situation that matters. So in some situations, you need to revert to a more hierarchical, authoritarian, xenophobic police state. And in other situations, you need to embrace the beauties of sharing and openness and individualism.
They're born into families where they're not free. Their parents tell them what to do, and they're not equal. Their parents tell them what to do, and there's brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles, but that means human beings are, by nature, the first nature that they have is not one of freedom and equality, but of being part of a little tribe of people who are loyal to them, and they grow up being loyal to their family. So when you pan out, these families can.
So what comes through to me is Yoram Hazony is primarily talking about what is, and Ezra Klein is primarily talking about what should be, and so they have a somewhat disconnected and discordant conversation. There's not beautiful music here, right? There's not a melody, right? It feels intellectually, God forbid, that Ezra Klein's trying to rape Yoram Hazony. And I'm sick of it, right? No more liberal raping. I say no to rape. I'm not going to be a passive victim anymore. I'm tired of conservatives being the bottom.
Can also be loyal to one another. And there are words like clan is kind of an outdated word, so is tribe. But if you look at the way that the tribe.
So Jews used to be fine with being called primarily a tribe or a race, right? In certain times and contexts, there is a great deal of efficacy to those terms. Now, many Jews don't like those terms. So words are instrumental depending on context, which is why we tend to express words highly correlated to particular contexts. And we don't tend to live lives just dedicated to abstract philosophical principles. Instead, we just start putting out words that match the particular context. We tend to say what other people want to hear, which is why the disagreeable among us are often quite valuable and venerated, because they feel much less of a need to go along to get along, and they are much more willing to pay the price that comes with expressing what they truly believe rather than just being agreeable.
Tribes are built in the Bible or other ancient texts. You'll see that families join with other.
So I come from a Protestant background. I come from Australia, where the ethos is not religious, but it's a post-Protestant ethos. And Australia is among the world's more individualist countries, but is still more collectivist and cohesive and has much more mateship than the United States. But one thing that I internalized growing up in a Seventh-day Adventist Protestant upbringing is veneration of martyrdom. About the highest expression for a person is to follow their conscience and to stand for what is right, even if it means paying the ultimate price of being sacrificed on a cross. And I was raised to believe that dying on a cross for what is true and good and right and holy and godly is the greatest thing that you can do. And at age 59, I still have a template of that, right? There is still a large part of my soul that wishes I could be shot doing something heroic, that wishes I could be persecuted, that starts sending a flood of biochemicals when I think about martyrdom. And this biochemical rush is usually quite maladaptive, and to the extent that I'm walking in more adaptive paths these days, it's because I'm feeling more and more of a biochemical rush these days compared to the past in adaptive rather than maladaptive directions. But it's still in me, right? I will never be as at ease with other people, and so naturally do the socially cohesive and bonding thing that healthy people do. But I can get better than where I'm at now.
Families into clans, and clans form with other clans into tribes, and tribes with other tribes into nations, and then there are families of nations. Mutual loyalty, I think, is the fundamental human building block for everything that happens in societies.
So I think the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom is a useful framework for understanding reality. Now, I recognize the dangers of this Darwinist perspective, right? The more you study Darwinian evolution, all right, the less you naturally incline towards a theistic explanation for what's happening around us. So I recognize the downsides, but it's incredibly useful to look at how the animal world functions. And so one thing that you see in the animal world is all sorts of signaling, right? Signaling is absolutely essential for our well-being. Virtue signaling is virtuous. It is adaptive. It is good for you, right? You want to be signaling the virtuous thing if you want a happy life. It is much safer and happier to live in the middle of the herd than to live outside the herd or on the borders of the herd, right? You will be happier participating in the dance than being like me and usually standing outside the dance watching other people dance. So I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist where dancing was a sin, and so it's very difficult for me to join the dance, both literally and figuratively. I'm much more naturally inclined to the observer role, which is why I love the possibility of a career in reporting, because I saw reporting and journalism as giving me an all-access pass to the cool parts of society that I couldn't get access to just on my own talents.
So the story sort of you've just offered is we are born into families. That's where our first loyalty lies.
And from a Christian perspective, we are born into original sin. And from a trad perspective, any right-wing traditional perspective is that we are born not naturally inclined to righteous behavior in most instances, that we naturally incline towards selfish and lustful and frequently antisocial choices. So big difference between the right and the left is the right. Every right-wing type of thinking understands human nature is not basically good. And pretty much every left-wing perspective of which I'm aware understands human nature is basically good. So here is something that Ezra Klein says later in this interview. The people in that experiment, meaning the United States, need to be committed to one another, to our shared institutions, to elections and the peaceful transfer of power. And that what is going wrong in America now is a dissolving commitment to that. And I agree, right? I agree with the sentiment that we need more social trust and more social cohesion, and we need more effective institutions. But to me, what's more important than outlining a dream of what should be is we first have to agree with what is. And the more we have in common with each other, the more likely we will trust each other. I feel uncomfortable when people talk about America as an experiment. I recognize that there is an element of truth to it. Every nation state can be conceived of as an experiment, but it doesn't feel good to me. Right? That's not the primary way that I relate to America, as an intellectual experiment, as an ideological experiment. I'm not sure I would want to take a job with an entrepreneur who said, who primarily expressed the opportunity as, come on board and join my experiment. That doesn't feel safe to me. So I don't have this cognitive first, Buffett identity. You know, we naturally incline towards strategic autonomous power. I see our rational cognitive powers as much less powerful than our instinctive genetic reactions and our early imprinting and the social incentives, communal incentives that we face. I don't put a lot of weight on people naturally, intellectually, or cognitively choosing to do the right thing. I put more weight on recognizing reality and then trying to realign incentives so people have to expend as little willpower as possible to do the right thing. I only have a very limited amount of willpower. It steadily diminishes during the day, and then I get brief bursts of willpower after I've eaten or after I've been winning. But when I'm humiliated, when I'm losing, when I'm failing, my willpower steadily drops. The higher my cognitive load, the less willpower I have. I don't put much stock in improvement systems that primarily rely on willpower and on ideological and cognitive commitments. Right? So to be a liberal is to believe in the Enlightenment, is to believe in the dominant power of the individual's capacity for autonomous, strategic, cognitive work. The trad does not primarily believe in this power. The trad believes that we are primarily shaped by our genetics, by our imprinting, and by our communal incentives. And that we don't have much willpower, and we cannot be relied upon to exercise great cognitive, strategic, autonomous discipline to do the right thing. So from my trad perspective, liberalism is just one tool in our toolbox to make a better nation. We also need, God forbid, probably an element of aristocracy, an element of oligopoly, an element of hierarchy, an element of dictatorship, an element of capitalism, an element of socialism, an element of religion, an element of cultural commitments, right? There are many things that we need to make a good nation, and the relative value of these different components should vary depending on the situation that we're in. If we're in a state of war fighting for our survival, right, we need more hierarchy, dictatorship, and top-down direction. From my perspective, our people, the American people, we are not primarily here to serve abstract ideas, whether about the free market or about liberalism or any political ideology. To me, liberalism, free market, capitalism, socialism, whatever idea that you venerate, it should primarily be of service to real people in their real lives, in this real situation. Right? Everything, with few exceptions, right? I recognize the power of religion, the transcendent, the conscience. I recognize some power there, but practically speaking, everything should serve our people. To the extent that we employ socialism or free markets or free trade or protectionism or tariffs or government funding of science and universities, to the extent that we engage in international alliances, what should determine the extent to which we do all these things, whether we have more democracy or less democracy, it should all depend on the ability of these things to increase the safety, the dignity, the prosperity, the happiness, and the well-being of our people. Right? We should not primarily be acting out a cognitive, intellectual, and ideological experiment. That repels me. The people are not here to be fodder for ideas. I don't like people who treat people primarily as fodder for ideas, whether it's the evangelical Christian or the Orthodox Jew who primarily sees people as fodder for the sacred perspectives of Orthodox Judaism. Right? I like principles. I am a principled man. But for most people, most of the time, we are not primarily driven, and we should not be expected to be motivated by or devoted to principles. The way we function is primarily through emotions and physiological reactions that spring from our genetics, our imprinting, our bonds to people we know, and the cues and incentives of the situation that we face. Nationalism moves us. Relationships move us. People move us. Poetry moves us. Sports moves us. Not from its logic, not from its ideological beauty, right? But from what it makes us feel. Right? Nationalism, our bonds with other people, is not primarily about shared commitments to common values. That is an element that varies in importance, but rationality and ideology should not be expected to be our primary driver. And just because bad people believed in blood and soil nationalism does not mean that the common emotions that spring from ties of blood and soil are bad and should be denied and suppressed. Sometimes, in some circumstances, it may be adaptive to speak up for the importance of ties of blood and soil. Not in this circumstance, right? It's a terrible, maladaptive, socially ostracizing thing to do. So don't do it if you've got anything to lose, right? It is much more adaptive if you want to be a nationalist now to speak about our common bonds, to speak about our civic identity or cultural or religious identity. And recognize nationalism always contains a racial element, an ethnic element, a civic element, a religious element, an ideological element, a cultural element, has many different elements, and in some circumstances is much more socially acceptable to emphasize certain elements, even if they are not what's primarily driving you. These commitments are not exclusive. Right? Just because someone's a Civ Nat doesn't mean that they don't experience religious, cultural, ethnic, blood and soil ties. They just recognize the incentives to not express that. Right? People are complicated, situations are constantly changing, but you want your community and your people rowing in the same direction. And if they are motivated by different things, that's okay, as long as we're rowing in the same direction. So for some Jews, what primarily excites them and drives them is the study of Torah. For other Jews, their primary driver is their family, their friends, their community, their hobbies, being successful, making money, making an impact on the world, contributing to science. Right? For other people, their primary driver is their intoxicating relationship with God. What's most important for the communal well-being is that we're working together, even if it's coming from a different place.
Families band together, you can call that a tribe. Tribes band together, you can call that a nation. I think living in the United States with 300 million plus people, I would not describe the organization United States as a bunch of families got together and created tribes, and a bunch of tribes got together and created the modern USA. We're clearly something else. Or do you think I'm wrong about that?
I think you're right and you're wrong.
Always.
Man, I was so cognitively overloaded there. I basically checked out on that conversation. I just had to take a break. And I want to tell you what I was feeling there while I was checking out of this deep and meaningful conversation between Ezra Klein and Yoram Hazony. I was thinking about the days when smart, compelling, learned people wanted to come on my show and talk to me. I miss those days. I might have 10 compelling, thoughtful, charismatic, intelligent people wanting to join this conversation. And yet, for the last 20 hours of my live streaming, right, no one wants to play with me. I'm just here engaged in, God forbid, autoeroticism, mythologizing my own contributions, vastly disproportionate to reality. And the sad truth is, most people who would want to participate in this show, it would be bad for them, and it'd be bad for the show. Sad.
No, I'm sorry. I'll try to be like more unequivocal and unreasonable as we go along. No, I think if we're talking about the United States the way it was 50 years ago, then I think it was much, much more clearly a nation the way that I'm describing it. I mean, we haven't gone...
1975, you would say it was a bunch of families that had come together to create tribes, and the tribes had come together to create a nation?
Sure.
Right, I live for these moments, right? I look forward to doing this all week. Do you think I get to go through my days giving my opinions on what's going on in the world around me, imparting wisdom to the next generation? No. In the real world, nobody listens to me for longer than about 10, 15 seconds at a time. So here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God. Martin Luther had a way with words. He was pretty good with his hymns too. I didn't sleep well last night. You should know that. And why did I not sleep well? And why do I usually not sleep well before my big Sunday show? And it reflects in a certain weakness in my voice. Because I invariably nap on Saturday afternoons. My need to nap is overpowering. And I rarely fight it. And it just came to me with stunning, painful clarity. Why do I so need to nap pretty much every Saturday afternoon, thus destroying my ability to sleep Saturday night, leaving me a tossing and turmoil-filled, turbulent time prior to my big Sunday show? Because I eat too much for my Saturday lunch, and I eat too many carbs. And so I invariably get sleepy. And I remember from my time sponsoring people in Under Owners Anonymous, they would often talk, oh, I just always get sleepy after I eat lunch. It's because of what you're eating. And so I was imparting that wisdom to my sponsees. But did I ever think to impart that wisdom to myself? I eat too much. I eat too many carbs. Then I fall asleep Saturday afternoon. Then I don't sleep Saturday night. Then I come to this show in a less than ideal physiological and cognitive state. And yet I'm rationally trying to make this show like the highlight of my week. And yet I'm chronically sleep deprived when I'm trying to do this show. It's a shanda for the goyim.
Well, listen, this is not necessarily a consensual process. I mean, I'm looking at societies, human societies, and I'm saying everywhere in human history, there's these kind of concentric circles of loyalty. And I think that
Steve Saylor makes the great point that people on the right tend to have concentric circles of loyalty, and people on the left, the conventional liberal, tends to have leapfrogging circles of loyalty. So their first loyalty might be to their spouse, and then their next greatest loyalty might be to the LGBTQ community in Uganda. While for people on their right, their primary loyalty tends to be to themselves, to their family, to their extended family, to their friends, to their community, to their city, to their state, to their nation. I wonder if I could get you to believe that I'm simply pretending a certain weakness in my voice quality to match that exhibited here by Yoram Hazony. Just wonder if you'll buy that. So one of my favorite philosophers is Michael Huemer, and he has an excellent Substack, free Substack post out today. And it's called "What's Wrong with Stereotypes?" And he makes the observation stereotypes tend to be accurate, except they tend to understate real differences. There's no evidence that stereotypes tend to lead to inaccurate judgments. Stereotype accuracy is one of the largest and most replicable effects in all of social psychology. Opposing stereotyping is opposing truth, is opposing an adaptive, productive approach to life. It is incoherent. Right? To oppose stereotypes is to oppose learning. That it's bad to form generalizations about groups is untrue, it's crazy, it's maladaptive. There's nothing objectively wrong with recognizing group differences. And just because some people are offended by the recognition of certain patterns in this world, that's on them. Right? That is a problem in their worldview.
In the 1980s, you know, when I was on university campus in the U.S. and first becoming interested in these questions, in the United States, I think there was almost nobody who doubted that it was a nation, that it was certainly divided into streams and parties and different religious denominations, but the idea that it was a unity that was held together by mutual loyalty, almost everybody was part of it. You know, maybe some people were left out, but most people were part of it. I don't think there was much question. Today there's a question.
But when you say nobody doubted it was a nation, was that your definition of a nation? Mutual loyalty, dependent on mutual affection? I think I just garbled that a bit for you. But,
No,
but what is the definition of the nation?
That is such a low form of discourse. And I'm going to make a public announcement right now. And I don't care who hears it, because anyone opposed to what I'm saying, they're a bunch of gimps and losers. But I am not going to play this low form of discourse. What is your definition of? I am sick of that condescension from the liberal elite. I will not put up with it. Right, Ezra, when you invite me on the show, I will not be put up with what is your definition of?
Okay, so a nation is a collection or a group of tribes that are bound together by mutual loyalty and that share certain characteristics that, you know,
It's so painful hearing conservatives condescended to this way. Right? This is the equivalent of intellectual pornography. Right? One definition of pornography is it's the lowest form of art. But this is the lowest form of discourse. I'm sick of it. We've got to call it out for what it is and refuse to put up with it. I will not be degraded this way. I will no longer bottom for you. I withdraw my consent to be treated this way. It's not okay. It makes me feel unsafe. It makes me feel diminished. It makes me feel less than human. Right? It just makes me feel undignified to be spoken down to this way. What is your definition of? Enough. I have spoken, made the liberal elite world tremble at my words. 40 has spoken. Captain 40 has issued a directive. Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. Did I exhibit presence there? Asking for a friend.
Usually it's a language, often it's a religion. In most cases, it's a common history of joining together against common enemies. So that's a nation. And it's known, you can look at the symbols, like, does it have a flag? Does it have a passport? Does it have borders? But all of those things, I think, are peripheral. You can have...
So I bought the Audible version of Sam Tannenhouse's biography of William F. Buckley. And that's virtually everybody, almost everybody on the right condemns the book. And pretty much everyone else praises the book. So 95% of the commentary I've heard from the right is negative about this book. And you're saying, 40, what's your perspective? And I think it's a good, solid book. I recommend it. I am willing to differ. Why? Because here I stand. I can do no other, so help me God. I must speak truth to power. Good, solid book. And Sam Tannenhouse has many accurate descriptions of William F. Buckley. Even though Sam Tannenhouse is a liberal, right, he is right that Bill Buckley was not a deep thinker. He was not primarily an intellectual. Bill Buckley was an influencer. He was the Kim Kardashian of the conservative movement. And Dennis Prager says this: your writing is a mirror to your mind. Right? A limited ability to write reflects a limited ability to think and reflects a limited ability to be a man. So William F. Buckley was an entertainer. He was a performer. He was not a serious intellectual. He was a charismatic debater. He was a charismatic and shallow writer. He was not a deep and clear thinker. He did not think long. He did not think deep. He was an intellectual entertainer. He was a professional controversialist. He was not primarily a thinker. William F. Buckley did not produce a sustaining conservative theory. He was very good at discussing books he had not read. So there was a strong element of the charlatan with William F. Buckley. Right? There was a strong element of the fraudster. He did not like to engage in rigorous research. He bragged about writing columns in 20 minutes, and most of his columns were a waste of time to read. His books were invariably shallow. He disliked hard work. So he preferred performance over truth. He preferred attention getting over truth. He preferred to show off rather than to pursue substance. He lacked intellectual seriousness. He would borrow so heavily from others, he would steal so heavily from his colleagues that he was constantly engaging in conceptual plagiarism. He preferred style over substance. His thinking lacked coherence. And he was quite superficial. And he was all for white Southern segregation when it was in his interest to support that. And when times had changed, situations changed, he followed his incentives to condemn it. His ideology and thinking was thin. And contrast him with the Christopher Caldwell, right? Where he writes this profound book, The Age of Entitlement, noting that the 1964 Civil Rights Act and further civil rights legislation effectively created a second conflicting, competing, and superseding constitution, emphasizing the wonderfulness of certain minority identity-based rights that would be enforced by courts and bureaucracies and put the white majority on the back foot. So Caldwell is deep, Caldwell is clear, Caldwell is bold. Now, Sam Tannenhouse and liberals in general, and people like Ezra Klein, they view civil rights legislation as part of an unfolding expansion of human dignity to more sectors of society. So I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and we viewed the Seventh-day Adventist Church as the latest and greatest expression of divine revelation. And liberalism is secularized Protestantism. And liberalism says, essentially, we are the latest and greatest expression of the realization of human dignity. So I put into AI, what would Stephen Turner say about Bill Buckley, Sam Tannenhouse, Christopher Caldwell, and civil rights? And AI says that Turner would interpret Buckley, someone who accrued authority through performance rather than epistemic rigor. Epistemic is a fancy term, but it means, how do we know what we know? It's about the pursuit of truth. So Buckley was quick-witted. He would say a lot of very abstruse words. He was terrific with his theatrical debating skills. He was able to develop friendships. Probably his greatest gift is a gift for friendship. And there was a wonderful American Masters 1 hour and 45-minute documentary on Bill Buckley. But maybe I should make that a second show. Maybe I should be coherent myself. Maybe I should practice on this very show the virtues that I'm praising. Maybe I should stop embodying the vices that I am condemning. I've only played for you 13 minutes of Ezra Klein talking to Yoram Hazony.
There were nations in history before anybody had passports or flags. It's a natural grouping of human beings.
You said a minute ago, and
so I never cared for wrestling, Hulk Hogan, that whole fake thing, real wrestling, fake wrestling, never spoke to me. I never cared for Black Sabbath or those kind of heavy metal bands. Though I did fall in love with the Scorpions. And it's easy to walk down a certain road, right? For me, the path to perdition, it began with listening to the Carpenters. And you think, Carpenters, 40, so wholesome. How could anyone object to listening to the Carpenters? So prior to the Carpenters, I only ever remember listening to classical music and religious music and Christian music. But I think one day in 1977, I remember listening to the song Sing by the Carpenters, and it just made me so happy. It took me out of my miserable, isolated depression and transported me to a very happy place. And so I then started listening to more pop music, trying to recapture the happiness that I experienced when I first listened to the Carpenters. And so I began experimenting, and I listened to Peter, Paul, and Mary, and then Simon and Garfunkel. And it's like, oh, this makes me happy. Little did I know where this was going to lead. It was like the first time I saw tits in a magazine, and soon, well, maybe 10 years later, I was just chasing the most degrading form of filth. And then I started listening to Air Supply. And there are some, I think there are 1 or 2 electric guitar solos in Air Supply, and I started getting a taste. And I think there might have been 1 or 2 electric guitar solos in the Carpenters. And the people around me, my mates, my peer group, they're listening to heavy metal. And I only wanted to listen to love songs that met my need for love. I needed love. I wanted love. I wanted Kenny Rogers and Air Supply and the sweet Elton John songs and all the sweet lovey pop songs and ABBA. But my peers kept pounding out all this heavy metal, and I started being influenced by it. And I start appreciating Styx and Chicago. And I never appreciated AC/DC, but I was gradually worn down by my peer group. And so when the Scorpions released Rock You Like a Hurricane. I love that song. I love that album. I bought that cassette tape, Rock You Like a Hurricane, Big City Nights. And I developed a taste for a certain type of heavy metal music, right? I went from the Carpenters to getting a little edgier Air Supply to even more edgy Journey and Chicago and Styx. And I ended up rocking out to this heavy metal hair band, the Scorpions. And I even kind of liked some of, who are the other, We're Not Gonna Take It. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Right? And I start appreciating and rocking out to this satanic heavy metal devil's music. And it all began with listening to the Carpenters. And you just start walking down this path to perdition. And why did this happen to me? Because I was vulnerable, I was lonely, I was isolated, I was sad, I was looking to change my state. I became addicted to a particular biochemical rush, and soon I was getting a biochemical rush from the most graphic pornography and most hardcore satanic big hair heavy metal bands, and I was telling myself that I could handle it. And when I'd get sad, right, I'd tap into that porny side of myself or that heavy metal side of myself, and I would imagine what a great big success I was going to be, where I'd break women's hearts because I was so charismatic and powerful, and I can handle this. But it was not a winning formula. So it all begins with a date. It all begins with the Carpenters. Watch out for this path to perdition.
And I think this gets to the core of the project and the argument that you're actually in here. That in 1975...
We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. And you think, oh, 40, this is harmless. This little bit of glam hair rock from the 80s. It's no big deal, right? Twisted Sister, right? You can listen to some Twisted Sister and otherwise be a godly person. You can have a wank. You can watch a little bit of porn. You can root your girlfriend. It's not going to lead to the path to perdition. You can smoke some marijuana, but it takes you from the prayerful, godly life that your religion wants from you. And it all begins with watching TV, right? Start watching TV, and you want to see more and more tit, right? I started watching TV regularly. It was a fellow Christian neighbor who recognized I didn't have a TV and said that on Sunday mornings I could come over to their home and I could watch the 10 a.m. Sunday morning live NBA game, because I was listening to NBA games on my radio. I was reading books about the NBA, but I didn't have the opportunity to watch the NBA because we didn't own a TV. So I'd come over and I'd watch some NBA games, and in the course of watching an NBA game, I'd see some cleavage. Or I was reading Time, Life, Newsweek, and I'd see a bit of cleavage, and I wanted to see more. And I would get such a high from the cleavage, I'd get such a biochemical rush. I wanted more, more, more. And I liked that song. And do you know who made that into a hit? A former porn star. Right? This is how the devil works. Andrea True, a former porn star, sings more, more, more. And I just wanted more, more, more. I just wanted more and more tits. Bigger, the better. And I wanted to imagine myself as being really well endowed. And I wanted to listen to Twisted Sister. And in eighth grade, right, I thought I could handle it. Right? I could listen to this devil's music, and I thought that, oh, nothing wrong with listening to some devil's music that all my friends are listening to, and also praying to God and trusting in Jesus for my heavenly salvation. I can do both. I can be popular. I can be cool. I can get a girlfriend. I can, God forbid, I can engage in recreational hand-holding and recreational hugging and recreational kissing, and I can engage in a recreational act of French kissing, and I can do it all listening to Pink Floyd's Another Brick in the Wall. And I thought it was funny. I thought it was cool. We don't need no education. Boom, boom. But it was the devil's thinking that was taking me down the road to perdition. We don't need no thought control. Like, I was resonating, I was vibrating, I was experiencing a rush of biochemicals and blood, right, to a perspective that was disrespectful of my social betters. Right? It was teaching me a sarcastic perspective on the godly people who were instructing me. No dark sarcasm in the classroom. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. All in all, it's just another brick in the wall. We don't need no education, right? I was imbibing the devil's thinking. And within 3 years of listening to this kind of satanic nonsense, I'd begun engaging in acts of autoeroticism, which led to recreational kissing and recreational French kissing, and collecting a whole pile of magazines. At first they were Playboy, which had good articles, and then it was Penthouse, and then it was Hustler and High Society, like where there were like these really dramatic spread shots that were very ungodly. And it all began when I got this biochemical rush listening to the Carpenters. Now, there's no reason for me to condemn myself, right? I didn't choose to experience this addictive, destructive biochemical rush, right? I'm not a bad person because I felt these things. It's that now I know a better way to live, and I'm here to share it with you.
I've sort of go anywhere in America, and people say, yes, we're part of this nation. We are bound together. We are this entity. And it sounded like you don't think that is true today. What is the position you're arguing with?
Well, I think there's lots of people on both the left and right.
The primary position that he's arguing with is a description of reality. Number one, he would argue that human nature is not basically good. Number two, he would argue that we do not experience life primarily as individuals. We primarily experience life as a member of an extended family and as a nation, member of a nation. But they're talking at cross purposes because Ezra Klein is focusing on what should be, and Yoram Hazony, who once said some nice things about me online, said, Luke, you should put some effort in and write up your story. It's a very compelling story.
Who, they read my book and they say, that.
And the chat says nothing wrong with marijuana. It's a gateway drug, bro. You start recreationally using marijuana to mess with your mind, right? Soon you're going to want to recreationally watch R-rated movies with full frontal nudity. Soon you'll be engaging in recreational kissing and thinking, oh, I can handle this. This is no problem. You'll soon start engaging in autoeroticism. Your biggest biochemical rushes will come from maladaptive behavior instead of prayer and study of the Bible and those activities that lead you to a closer relationship with the Lord. I think, my friend, you need a closer relationship with the Lord. I can just sense that about you.
That doesn't sound like American. There can be different reasons for people saying that, but I think that the main thing that's bothering them, which I am very sympathetic to, is that the divisions of the United States into tribes that don't.
Can't believe there are only 15 people on YouTube right now gathered here for my Sunday morning sermon.
Don't feel a strong loyalty to one another. We are deteriorating in that direction. There is more and more talk of civil war. There's more and more talk on both left and right saying that the others are not legitimate, that that they need to be driven from the political landscape, driven from the country. I mean, it's an extremely aggressive view of your competitors and rivals who are supposed to be your co-nationals.
It's funny. I would not describe that even as the thing that, at least as a liberal reading your book, I would take as the argument you're having, right? I mean, we can go back in U.S. history and find many times when we're quite divided now, but we've had a civil war in this country. When you look at the 1970s, there's a string of political assassinations. There are riots in the street. There are urban riots, right? We are not a nation that has always been at calm or at peace with each other. What I understand you is arguing, and some of the people coming up with you, J.D. Vance and others, is arguing, is that this liberal idea that the nation is a commitment to a set of fairly abstract values, that you can't really build a nation on that what gets called creedal nationalism, this sort of nationalism of a shared story, that's not for you a real nation, that it won't hold together. Am I misrepresenting you?
A little bit.
Okay.
I do think that that many nations do have inherited religions, philosophies, perspectives on different things. The question I think that maybe you and I are disagreeing about is whether people can be loyal to ideas in.
Art Bell consistently challenges me, not just to be a better live streamer, but to be a better man. And one of the most important things he ever said to me in the chat was, Luke, why don't you just build a show around one thing instead of flitting here and there? Where is my capacity for monogamy? Why am I not building up my desire for monogamy? Just do one show around one thing. And instead, I fritter my abilities hither and thither, hither and thither, right? Just all over the dusty soil, when I should be saving myself to do these shows around one thing. It reminds me of a book I read about a degenerate gambler who wrote a book about, I think, a famous gambler. He wrote a book circa 1974, his history that year, that season of betting on the NFL. And he recognized in himself that he was a degenerate when he bet on a lot of games, that to be truly holy as a gambler, to be truly coming from a place of wisdom and integrity and authenticity, he should only bet on, say, 3 games a weekend, and it would even be more holy to only bet on 1 game a week. I mean, that would show how much integrity and character he had. And so just imagine that I came to you all week building towards one show on one topic, instead of going off here and going off there and all ADHD. Why am I not more committed to a monogamous show instead? Every show, it's an expression of the most blatant intellectual promiscuity. Independent
of the tribe, the nation that they're part of. My argument is not that that the Torah isn't crucial in defining the Jews, and that the American Constitution is not crucial for defining Americans. My argument is that children grow up giving honor to the things that their parents honor. And then they become teenagers and they rebel. So then, they switch over to honoring what their aunt and uncle honor, or, maybe the other tribe in the nation. But they almost never invent, out of whole cloth, a completely new set of things to be loyal to. Let me take my old my old friend Bill Kristol.
Okay, this is good. I shouldn't interrupt. I got nothing to contribute. I should allow the man to finish this beautiful anecdote.
As an example of the other point of view, somebody who will say, look, if you embrace American ideas, then you're effectively an American. It's just a technicality whether we make you a citizen.
So that does rub me the wrong way. But I recognize that every nationalism does contain an idea element, an ideological element, and maybe we shouldn't be so quick to condemn those who have a more intellectual and civic version of nationalism. So I used to be a gambler, right? Because I got a biochemical high from it. I have an addictive personality because I guess certain lack of effective connection with other people, leaving me more lonely than I would like, and therefore a drive to distract myself from the painful negative feelings that are filling me up. And so anything that's exciting is very dangerous to me. But here I stand, and I want to share this with you. I'm going to be promiscuous here.
Supposed to stick by this Friedman doctrinaire idea that all trade needs to be free trade and every tariff is bad. And I certainly don't. The most telling thing in the EU meeting yesterday was when the president of the EU, or chancellor.
This hurts me, right? I probably have way too much devoted to MAGA and to Donald Trump, right? I think of myself as a selfless pursuer of truth, but I'm probably a little too partisan and ideological compared to my self-perception, and it causes me pain, causes me deep pain that I fear the courts are going to overturn Donald Trump's ability to set tariffs and to make all these great deals. So currently, the objective budget office projections are that Trump's tariff policies are going to bring in over $2 trillion worth of revenue over the next 10 years. Right? I am open to Trump's trade policies working out. I'm open to Trump's trade deals being good for America, but I fear they're going to be overturned by the courts, that all the tariffs are going to have to be paid back, that all of Trump's great work is just going to be invalidated. And it hurts me. And why am I so invested in something over which I have no control? Right? I want to admire. Maybe I want to put Trump and his policies and this presidency on a pedestal. Maybe I have more invested in Trump's policies than I should. But it kills me, because I recognize that if I had to put odds on it, to me the odds are 75% that Trump's ability to set tariffs are going to be invalidated by the court, meaning the Supreme Court, and all these great trade deals, and this over $2 trillion worth of revenue is going to be destroyed because it's probably not legal. And it hurts me. It kills me. It bugs me. I want to be open to just loving Trump's tariff policies. I just want to have an open heart. I just want to fall in love with Trump's trade policies. Do you want to fall in love with Trump's trade policies? Do you want to put them on a pedestal and think about how awesome it would be to bring in over $2 trillion worth of revenue for the federal government, to shift some of our tax burden away from ordinary hardworking Americans like you, and instead have foreigners paying that in tariffs? And it just sounds so beautiful to me. And I think the courts are going to invalidate it. I think it's illegal. I love it, but it might be wrong. It might not sustain. And I wonder if I'm going to cry. I fear I'm going to cry when Trump's tariffs are ruled illegal by the U.S. Supreme Court, and all his good work is just destroyed. And I am going to react by curling up into a ball and listening to some air supply and sobbing, and I just,
or whatever the title is, when asked what did the U.S. concede in these deals, she said, well, we started with an imbalance, and what we're attempting to here is balance those things back. That was a huge concession here, that we have had free trade, we have had no tariffs, and other countries are taking advantage of us, which is what Trump's been saying. So long answer to your question, I think the threat of tariffs have been very effective to get things done. Maybe not everything that we were hoping to get, but get more than any president for the last 30 years have gotten from these countries who have been taking advantage of our free trade agreements. And I think that once the tariffs do, if they do end up going into effect, Mark, I think we got to see. I think we have to wait and see where they're targeted.
Okay.
If the tariffs are just going to be on Mercedes and BMWs,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, these are people who can pay for those big ticket
All right.
items.
I'll have to have you guys back once we're past wait and see.
But
yeah. Go ahead.
Economic analysis aside, though, it is impressive how he just steamrolled over the EU.
Amazing.
And,
Amazing.
Read like the Financial Times.
Right. The great thing about being in love with Trump's tariffs, right? The great thing about being a part of MAGA is that you will never walk alone. Walk on, right? Walk on through the rain and the snow and the heat and the humidity, right? If you believe in Trump's tariffs, you'll never walk alone, and you'll be part of the righteous remnant that is saved.
It's amazing. And again, say what you want about Donald Trump. No other president would have or could have done this. No other one.
And as they say in Hamilton, he immediately changed the conversation here because now China thought they were going to make a deal with Europe and sort of box us out.
Yeah.
They are now back on their heels.
They are. Yeah,
But
they also say
I wonder if
talk less, smile more.
I wonder if there is like security assistance that, given Trump's irritation with Putin right now, he might have been in the mood to say, we're going to keep funding weapons to Ukraine and things like that. And that might have been part of the sweetener.
Yeah. All right. We're going to get to your questions in a moment. So please raise your hand if you want the conversation. Guys, you probably don't watch the show when you're not on. I'm honest enough to admit that. We got a new game that we play. We're going to do one more topic, but you, the guests, will get to pick the topic. But you do it with your eyes closed and you vote. And so I'll ask you to close your eyes and I'll give you the two topics and you'll pick the one you want to do. And hopefully you pick the same one. Every night we've done this.
I really like the way that Mark Halperin hosts his shows.
The guests have picked the same one. Close them up. Michael, close them up. And not close them up the way you play Marco Polo. Close them up for real. Here we go. Here are your two stories, and then I'll give you your choices. Close your eyes. What are you doing, Michael? There you go.
Close my eyes. Okay.
First story is a Sydney Sweeney jeans ad and the left's hostility towards the Sydney Sweeney jeans ad. And the second one is the mob violence in Cincinnati that the right is all inflamed about, even though we can find no evidence to prove that it was racially motivated. All right, here we go. Do you want to talk Sydney Sweeney? Raise your hand. Sydney Sweeney, raise your hand. And do you want to talk Cincinnati mob violence? Michael, you didn't vote. Michael.
I'm not familiar with either one, but
you're not familiar with either one. Larry, if you want to send, you can open your eyes. You were going to do yours because you voted. Larry, if you want to send Michael a Christmas card, ask me for his address.
All right. Thank you. What's Michael's address?
He lives under a rock.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah.
That's where you can address that. All right, Michael, we're going to play. Larry and I are going to summarize the story, and we're going to do it the way the game I play with my son, where we tell the story one sentence each at a time, back and forth. Here we go. Sydney Sweeney, the actress, made some ads for some jeans, American Apparel. I don't know, some jeans.
American Eagle.
American Eagle. Okay. Sydney Sweeney, the actress, made some ads for TV ads for American Eagle. Larry's one sentence. Go ahead.
They're super hot. And
they're super hot, semicolon.
Which, by the way, is, I hesitated to vote for this one, Mark, because it can only get me into trouble.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to go for it. She's a lovely young woman. She's quite buxom, and there is outrage now over a couple of things, but most specifically, they do this double entendre where she talks about how she's got great genes.
Yeah.
And of course, she's talking about her genes. Does anyone remember Brooke Shields and Nothing Gets...
Why are men so shallow that they venerate Sydney Sweeney and her great bust and narrow hips when there are more substantial and thick women out there with a more diverse range of bodies, and why we just fixated on Sydney Sweeney when we have more vibrant, more thick bodies from some marginalized minority groups?
Gets between her and
her.
Yeah,
yes. I do. Yes. All right, Larry, stop, because you're well over a sentence, even with semicolons. But we're telling Michael the story, and for those members of the community who don't know it, inexplicably, there are people on the left who say this ad is about Nazis and racial supremacy and
I already know how I feel about this.
yeah, and hostility towards the left. I don't know, something else. Larry.
I don't know why people act all oblivious here. To me, it's obvious. If you like big breasts, you're obviously a Nazi. If you like big breasts and women with narrow hips and big breasts and good looks like Sydney Sweeney, then obviously you are worse than Hitler.
Yeah, because they're saying that this is, we've gone through quite a bit in our pop culture in terms of reorienting and incorporating diverse faces and names and representation in our advertising. And I think that this might be seen as some kind of, I don't know, by the left, they're seeing this as some sort of reassertion of white supremacy and American dominance or white dominance by having a beautiful blonde woman say she's got great genes because she's white and blonde, which is not how I read the story, but that's how they're reading it because they're mentally ill.
Yeah, and I'll say finally in conclusion, then we're going to go to your questions. This represents to me the most insane reaction of the intolerant left of anything I've seen, to the extent I really understand it, and I can't believe I really do, because it seems so insane. That was all semicolons and commas. Here's it, and there's
right. You like that, do you? You filthy nasty. You like that picture, Sydney Sweeney, all exposed like that. That comes from the Satan, right? This comes from the Citra Acra, right? You're all down with this. You want some of this. You think this is good. You want to see more. You filthy toad.
Jeans. She's making a joke about jeans, but there's no assertion of white supremacy.
But the person who brought me into this punditry world was Andrew Breitbart, and he famously said that politics is downstream from culture.
Yeah.
This is incredibly important, and it's as Democrats wring their hands and spend $20 million doing their autopsy to figure out why they lost young men in the last election. This is why they lost young men in this election. That they got a way out of the Cold War with China and maybe tamp things down. We always have to bear in mind, and I think the Trump administration is fully aware of this. China doesn't want that. China, they have a game plan and an end game, and they play a long game. And ultimately, even if there's a temporary détente here and we try to work something out trade-wise, they aren't good actors here, and they are malicious. And we need.
Are you saying they don't want to not have a Cold War? Or are you saying that they want a Cold War, and they?
So a great insight from one academic, Randall Schweller, I think from Ohio State University, that a prime driver of why there is so much talk about a Cold War with China is that it creates more jobs for international relations specialists.
See it as an existential struggle.
I think they will only agree to some sort of extension of better relations right now if it serves their purpose in the long term, which is to dominate the world.
Yeah. I have a slightly different view. I think Larry's description is correct, but my reporting has long suggested that almost everything that's going on now in terms of Greenland, Panama, the trade war, NATO, even Gaza, it's all about making a big play to pitch to China to carve up the world. The way we used to talk about carving up China as a melon. During the imperialist phase,
like World War II, when the leaders carved it up.
Yeah, so that Trump's goal is to spend less bandwidth and resources on containing China by saying to China, you can have some stuff, but leave us our stuff and stop making everything around the globe a big fight. That's my understanding of what's going on, and I see everything through that prism.
And by the way, that's why the Japan, Philippines, and the Indonesia deal last week were actually probably even bigger than the EU. Not bigger in terms of scale and dollars.
Huge.
Well,
huge.
I would say you can see every one of these trade deals through that prism of containing China. Every one. And you've got people in the administration, including the president, who are students of the past failure of the previous 5 presidents to figure out how to gain leverage over China, to keep them from being on the march, so our grandchildren aren't all learning Mandarin. And Trump has a plan.
Too many characters.
Yeah.
But I'm not an expert on economic trade policy, but from what I recall, 8 years ago, Obama.
Okay, that was a profound thought there from Mark Halperin, and it was an expression of something that he's heard from many, many sources.
And I disagree with that completely. I think that it's true that some people in adulthood, they convert to a different religion from the one they're raised with, or they emigrate and they go to a different country. And there are many immigrants who adopt their new.
So not many sane, happy, high-functioning people convert to a new religion in adulthood, right? It's almost always a sign of someone with a higher than average level of neuroticism. Sad, but true.
New country, and they're completely loyal to it. So there is always a minority of people who switch loyalties by choice at some point in their lives. But the fundamental thing that's going on is always that.
Right. Normal, healthy people do not do this because it's very disruptive to your life. It destroys your bonds with other people, right? It's a very painful thing for others, right? The people that you grew up with, they feel insulted and betrayed when you convert to another religion, right? I burned unwittingly, I burned my bridges with so many people I grew up with when I converted to Judaism. And I'm happy I did it, right? I believe in it. It's good for me. But I recognize that most of us dramatic converts as adults to a new religion, we are coming from a place of enormous neuroticism, of enormous dysfunction, and we invariably tend to have fantasies about how we can recreate ourselves through adopting a new religion, and adopting the new religion is not going to recreate you. It will just give a different expression to your maladaptive tendencies.
Most people are loyal to the things that they've inherited from their family.
That is the healthy, normal, happy way to go. You'll be much happier, you'll be much healthier, you'll be much more connected to people who are good for you if you stay loyal to the loyalties that you were raised with. And you want to go out on your own and follow your conscience and be a strategic, autonomous figure who uses your buffered identity to pursue truth and to make sacrifices and to convert to another religion, right? Please know you'll be burning up your bridges to the people you used to be close to. And you won't be addressing directly the self-destructive, neurotic tendencies that made it so important for you to adopt a new religion. Right? You really want to do an accounting of the soul? Do 12-step work.
In their society.
In the book, you quote a philosopher who says that these big multicultural nations have become, quote, lifeless monstrosities. So you quote him approvingly as sort of making a good argument about what cannot hold nations together.
Right.
So what are some examples of the lifeless monstrosities?
So sometimes a big lifeless monstrosity is the most adaptive way to go. Sometimes an imperialist strategy is more adaptive to a particular set of challenges. And other times a retrenchment and a nationalist approach is more useful. America was incentivized to form alliances to win the Cold War. America does not face the same incentives to commit to alliances that it did when it was fighting the Cold War. So when circumstances change, your strategies have to change. In a time of great danger, when your people's very survival is under attack, a top-down, dictatorial, hierarchical, xenophobic police state is probably the most productive way to go. In other circumstances of relative safety, a more open and cooperative and internationalist outlook will be more adaptive. It's not like one type of political organization is universally the best for all peoples, right? Different peoples have different strengths and weaknesses, different predilections, right? The type of legal system that works best for people of North, Eastern, Asian ancestry may not be identical to the type of political organization that works best for indigenous Australians or for people of Northern European heritage. And the best political system will have to change when circumstances and situations change.
Atrocities that you're trying to warn your readers against embracing or believing in?
I think the most striking example, I mean, there's lots of examples, but the most striking examples are the ones from the Middle East.
So the EU is probably a very effective and beneficial tool for many European nations for many decades, as long as certain circumstances are in place, as long as Germany does certain things, right? The rest of Europe is going to be after a free ride on Germany's good work. When the situation changes, right, the EU may not be so wonderful. It may become more of a liability. United Kingdom left the EU, and as of right now, I'm someone who is like down with Brexit, enthused about Brexit, but I have to admit, as of right now, that looks like a gigantic mistake on the part of the United Kingdom.
Syria and Iraq and Lebanon, like all three of them were countries founded around the same time that that Israel was, around the same time that India was, and still they were given a flag, they were given an anthem, they were given passports, they were given like all of the formal trappings of what many people call a nation, like membership in the United Nations, that kind of thing. But by my definition, none of those political entities were ever a nation. So maybe Lebanon, when it still had a Christian majority, had sufficient internal cohesion so that you could say that it was a nation. But Syria and Iraq, I think that they have been warring tribes suppressed by overwhelming might, usually by a minority that seizes power in order to defend itself, forever. They were never nations before, and they're not nations now. So when people say to me, Yoram, what do you see happening in the United States that's so troubling and dangerous? My answer is, what really worries me, that the United States is moving in the direction of becoming Syria or Iraq, a country in which only...
And Kip adds, my father retold Playboy's jokes every single month. Remember the truly tasteless joke books and the like? Yes, I remember, and I have to confess that I have told many tasteless jokes, including racial jokes. I once told an anti-Aboriginal joke to someone who was my superior at work and who had partial Aboriginal ancestry. And Kip, I feel for you. You were traumatized. It's probably going to take years of psychotherapy for you to undo the damage of listening to those tasteless jokes. The moral desensitization that you suffered, it was worse than being in Auschwitz, my man. Information trickled back in the day. Now it is a deluge. It is a flood that must be passed through. It's the exact opposite problem from yesteryear. Very wise response. 40, why can't you show the same love and inclusion towards Hitler's book? Because it's the most hated, ostracized book, and even if there's just no way to talk about it without raising people's hackles. Now, I would like to read the critical companion that came out in, I think, 2016. So thousands of pages of German scholarly analysis to Mein Kampf. I wish there was an English language version. But when you start a world war and when you are bearing responsibility for the murders of millions of civilians, all right, people tend to quite critical reactions to your book. And it's painful how many people who were in polite society then went on to lose their head after reading Mein Kampf and began self-destructing. And so even though many people can discuss these topics without losing their mind, there are also a substantial number of people who are predisposed towards a self-destructive path, who may hear things and then want to embrace this because it gives them a biochemical rush to talk about these edgy ideas, and it intoxicates them, and they get carried away on this biochemical rush in a flood that leads to their own social destruction. And I don't want to play a role in that.
Only brute force will be able to hold it together.
Lay that case out for me. What do you mean when you say we are becoming Syria, which is a country, created by mandate by other empires, like jammed together, where we have a somewhat different history. So walk me through your fear.
Well, you're right that America has a somewhat different history because, despite the fact that all nations are internally diverse, but the United States at its founding was...
So guess what? There are ways that the United States resembles Syria, right? There are ways the United States is becoming more like Syria. And then there are ways that it does not resemble Syria, and there are ways it is not becoming more like Syria. So just because you posit one provocative thing, we're becoming like Syria, it doesn't mean that that's the final word. It's just one framing, one provocation to try to understand a deeper reality. And the deeper reality is that we have steadily eroded social cohesion and social trust in this country since 1965.
Was able to come together, mostly voluntarily, because of the fact that although the 13 colonies were very different from one another, but still they were pretty similar. It was.
So I've had the privilege of going back to Sydney, Australia for several months over the past few years, and Sydney is quite diverse, and it is also the place in Australia that does the least volunteering. So there are many wonderful things that come with diversity, and there are some things that most people would regard as negative. So the more diverse your city, the less public-mindedness you'll have, the less volunteering you'll have, the less commitment to the city you'll have, the less social cohesion and social trust you will have. But you'll have wonderful things. Sydney is not a high crime area. It's not like, any type of diversity that automatically renders a place a hellscape. Sydney is not a hellscape. Sydney does not have high rates of crime. You can pretty much walk anywhere, anytime in Sydney without being afraid. But there are ways that Sydney and its citizens have had an improved quality of life from diversity. And there are ways that Sydney has had a reduced quality of life from diversity. Australia's civil rights legislation has led to some improvements in the quality of life for some people, and it has led to a reduction in social cohesion, social trust, and quality of life for other people. It's not like it's just automatically black and white clear the results of any particular type of politics or legislation. So I love Sydney. I love walking around Sydney. Sydney's diverse, and yet there are certain types of diversity that do not lead to astronomical crime rates. Then there are other combinations of peoples that do lead to astronomical crime rates. So what we need is the equivalent of that chemistry chart that I remember from high school that talks about the different qualities of the different chemical compounds. And then we need to break down how the different groups, say, will react with each other. And for example, you may notice that you see a lot more white guys with Asian women than you see Asian men with white women. Right? You see a lot more black guys with white women than you see black women with white men. So different groups don't interact and join and combust with each other in identical ways. And so perhaps you can adjust diversity if you want to achieve certain ends and be aware of other types of diversity so that might decrease the quality of life. So for example, in Melbourne, I think there are certain types of car theft that are disproportionately committed by a certain immigrant population out of Africa. So you may not want that particular type of diversity, but you may welcome, right, all the benefits that the Brahmins and their schools might bring you. Or you might say, to echo a Talmudic statement, I don't want your honey and I don't want your sting. So I recognize that more immigration will raise the GDP. I recognize that bringing in more immigrants will create a more dynamic and vibrant entrepreneurial, social, cultural, intellectual culture. On the other hand, I am willing to do without that honey. I'm willing to do without that vibrancy because I don't want this sting that comes from that of decreased social cohesion, social trust. Or there might be circumstances where more of certain types of diversity create more benefits for your community than prices. And then there are other circumstances in different situations where you want to stop and halt the diversity because you have a greater need for social cohesion and social trust. So there's not one formula for immigration or diversity or civil rights legislation that just works identically, wonderfully in all situations for all people throughout all times. Times, circumstances, peoples, situations are constantly changing, and informed discussion of these topics must adapt to constantly changing realities, and we must be sophisticated enough to recognize that certain groups are going to benefit and other groups are going to receive more detriment than benefit.
You know, it was whatever it was 95% or something Anglo-Protestant, and even though there's many different kinds of Protestants, that was sufficient to be able.
So there are many beauties that arise from a 95% Anglo-Saxon community, and those beauties, my God, they will have some basis in the shared ancestry. Right? I'm going to say the bad word. This is shared racial genetic ancestry. They'll have some basis in their shared culture. They'll have some basis in their shared religious Protestant expression. They'll have the good things that come from that community will have a basis in the ideology and the thought and the philosophy that is the product of this particular people. And then a group that is 95% from Sudan, right, they'll create a different type of community with very different gifts and very different dark sides. And there will be ways that a 95% Anglo-Saxon community will improve by watering that down and becoming much more like Sudan. And then there'll be other ways that community is hurt by becoming more like Sudan. Right? I'm Reggie White, the former NFL player and preacher who recognized that different groups have different gifts, and together we form a complete image of God, and a 95% Japanese American community is going to produce some spectacular results that you could not replicate with any other type of community. Right? There are beauties and wonders in Japan that you will not find consistently outside of Japan. Right? The Japanese have their own special gifts. The Chinese have their own special gifts. Aboriginal Australians have their own special gifts. Right? If we take, say, an outback Australian community that is, God forbid, 100% Anglo-Saxon, and we bring in native Australians, and we encourage intermingling and intermarriage between the native Australians and the Aborigines, it would produce a different type of community. In some ways, this new community would be superior to what it had before, and in some ways, it would be inferior.
To make the argument that it was one nation, as John Jay writes in the Federalist. And
so if you wake up in the night and you find that your bedroom is filled with snakes, right? Do you get mad at the snakes? No, you get mad at the persons who put the snakes in your bedroom. So if you feel like your country, your community is filled with poisonous snakes, there's no sense in getting angry at the snakes who are only following their own interests, right? You want to get angry at the groups that facilitated the entry of those snakes into your community.
Still, the differences were sufficiently great that the United States fought this horrific civil war, whatever it was, 70, 80 years after the founding. After that, I agree that there have been many stresses, but I don't think anything has come close to the Civil War, except today, in which
So there are certain types of diversity that promote better computer coding, that promote more entrepreneurial prosperity, that promote more rigorous academic inquiry. And so there are many benefits to diversity. But there's also diversity that sets man against man. And so there are certain combinations of diversity where you have different groups with such intense conflict of interests, and they are in very close proximity, that you will inevitably have tragedy and slaughter, right? The more intense the conflicts of interest and the greater the proximity the groups are to each other, the more likely you'll have slaughter. And I am an anti-slaughter, anti-murder activist.
The move to say the other side is not legitimate, let me unpack that for a second. The basic assumption in democracy is...
So if you were to buy a book on Australian history, you would very likely find it boring. England, France, Germany, United States, much more exciting history. But Australians, with their high social trust, they essentially created, God forbid, a utopia for the white working man. And for decades and decades, it was the best place in the world to be an average bloke. Unfortunately, there was a lot of racism in that. And it always makes me sad to think about how racist Australians were. Yeah, I mean, sure, they're enjoying high quality of life, best place in the world for the average bloke, but they were not living up to the highest of liberalism's philosophical ideals. And that lack of commitment to equality and civil rights and diversity just makes me so sad. It tears me up inside. I cannot tell a lie. So sure, they had high quality of life, right? Sure, they had heaven on earth, but they're a bunch of racists.
We come from different tribes and different worldviews and different perspectives. We would be killing each other if we didn't get tired of it and finally say, look, we're actually relations. We're brothers in a sense. And so we shouldn't be killing each other. Let's decide that we're not going to keep killing each other. When we have a disagreement, we'll have elections, and then we'll have peaceful transitions of power. And when you win the election, I'm going to honor you, meaning I'm going to say, yes, you're the legitimate president. You have the right to make decisions. I'm not going to agree with all your decisions, but I'm also not going to pick up weapons and start shooting you. And if you look at, any of the presidential debates from, the televised from the 60s or the 70s or the 80s, you'll see exactly this, that Nixon and Kennedy, I'm sure they must have detested each other, but you don't see that in the debate. In the debate, it's all about my honorable opponent. It's not just politeness.
I don't understand what this has to do with the argument, to be honest. You have a book about nationalism here that has been picked up by a lot of people in the Trump administration. The Trump administration and Donald Trump himself are like the apex predator example of a politician, of politicians, of a movement that when it loses elections does not say, my honorable opponents have won the election. We are excited to work together for the good of our shared national project. If you're positing your nationalism as somehow a balm to the post-election divisions and the delegitimizing of the other side we've been seeing, there's some contradiction there you're going to have to unpack for me.
Yeah, there may be more contradictions, since, there are questions of political theory, which I think apply everywhere and all the time.
So sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. liberalism doesn't really work if it's liberal towards those who want to destroy liberalism. Right? You cannot have a free society where you don't persecute those who want to destroy the free society. Would Ezra Klein approve of any book that the Trump administration was reading? Well, I think he would approve how Donald Trump is a student of Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. I think he would approve of the amount of hours that Donald Trump puts into reading Cicero, the numerous commentaries that Donald Trump devours on the prophet Isaiah. So I think we should be fair to Ezra. So there are contradictions, right? Liberalism can only survive by being illiberal to those who want to diminish or eradicate it. And you can only create a more cohesive and high trust America if you expel illegal immigrants and if you stop creating and subsidizing the fringe against the core. Every space belongs to one community or another. This is Helen Andrews talking about Australia's grooming gangs, right? Every community must decide what norms will prevail in that particular space. And you can allow other groups to be present, but you cannot allow them to assert their own norms, or possession of that territory will pass to the newcomers. Israel's settlers might be doing awful things to the Palestinians. There might be a long, heartbreaking history of Israeli cruelty to Palestinians. And yet, if Israel had been, say, 10% less cruel to the Palestinians, Israel would not be around. There was traditionally an understanding that when it came to states, that there was a doctrine of the raison d'etre, right? The reason, that the state has reasons of its own that small d Democrats will never understand. Raison d'etre, right? Which is not part of Anglo-Saxon political thinking, but it dates from arguments in international law at the time of the formation of modern states in the 17th century. I'm reading this from AI. And it means that there are reasons for acting, normally in foreign policy, less often in domestic policy, that simply override all other considerations of a legal or moral kind. So just like the stiff prick has no conscience, the state, under sufficient pressure, has no conscience, and the individual, when he is fighting for his survival, or the group which is fighting for its survival, has no conscience. We shouldn't expect Palestinians, who must feel like they are fighting for their own survival, to have any conscience when it comes to their interactions with their oppressor, right? They must regard Jewish Israelis as their oppressors, and it would be naive to expect Palestinians to suffer pangs of conscience. Similarly, Jewish Israelis feel like they are fighting for their very survival against Iran and the Palestinians, and it would be naive to expect from them conscience. Right? Individuals, groups, and states will not survive if they feel tremendous pangs of conscience when it comes to doing what they must do to survive. So, for a people to survive, they must prioritize their people's survival, protection, dignity, well-being over, at times, moral principles, over legal considerations, over approval in the elite press. So there are times when following moral principle is more important than pragmatic interest. And there are times when you're fighting for your survival, that survival is more important than following principle. In general, it should be a higher priority for any people, any nation state, to put a higher value on survival than on fulfilling a moral principle. So this is a useful lens to analyze Donald Trump and his actions in 2025. So I put this into AI. Donald Trump is prioritizing American interests over international norms. He's not playing nice. He's a bully. He is violating our sacred international norms, guys. He's not Mr. Humanitarian. He's not being respectful to other countries. He is invoking the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the dreaded IEEPA, and he's probably doing it illegally because he has declared a national emergency over trade deficits. Right? He's justifying behaviors that override international law, international agreements, because he's trying to protect American workers and American industries. Right? He is focused on America's survival and America's power at the cost of all this diplomatic friction and negative words that are being said about him in the elite news media. He's made extensive use of executive orders. Right? We've had 178 by July 30. He's completely willing to bypass legislative and judicial constraints to achieve policy goals swiftly. This is my biggest nightmare. Right? Throughout my life at 2 a.m., I've woken up in fear that the sovereign is going to bypass legislative and judicial constraints, act against the direction of the liberal elite media to achieve policy goals swiftly. He is targeting immigrants, right? The true Americans, in sometimes an uncouth and nasty manner. He dismantled our sacred education department, right? Because he's putting a priority on his vision of national security, his vision of sovereignty, and he's just trampling over legal and bureaucratic norms, right? Liberals are not wrong to criticize him. Like all the Trump trampling of our sacred legal and bureaucratic norms, it rips me up inside. Right? He is more interested in decisive action. He's more interested in power than our sacred norms. He's targeting universities. He is using accusations of anti-Semitism to stop universities and other sacred American institutions from discriminating against white people. Come on. Discriminating against white people is the essence of what it means to be American. Like, how dare we try to halt or diminish discrimination against white people by our major institutions? Like, can you think of anything more divisive than trying to diminish the amount of discrimination against whites and Asians when it comes to university admissions? He is trying to reclassify federal workers as political appointees. He's trying to install loyalists in our bureaucracy. Right? He's not allowing our bureaucrats, our sacred bureaucrats, right, the real Americans, to make all the decisions. He's trying to take that power. When I think about the anxiety and the loss of dignity that our bureaucrats must be experiencing under this Trump presidency, I'm not ashamed to say it, I dissolve in tears. Think about the threat from Project 2025, right? Reshaping the federal government and firing federal workers. Right? Government workers are the essence of what it means to be American. We're eliminating affirmative action programs. We are eliminating all these programs that discriminate against white people. Racial discrimination against white people is the essence of what it means to be an American. Right? Trump administration is halting, diminishing, stopping discrimination against white people, and he is overriding our norms, our institutions. He is just trampling on legal and news media and public pushback, and the feelings of so many people are just getting trampled. All right, guys, we're risking autocracy. But the Trump administration, oh, this is all calculated to secure state control and advance a specific vision of national interest. Do you realize how dangerous this is to diminish active racial discrimination against white people? This could very well cause another civil war. He's going after law firms. He is trying to stop our major law firms from discriminating against white people. He's trying to sanction sanctuary cities that are protecting illegal immigrants. He is expanding immigration enforcement against pro-Hamas students and researchers. He is, I hope you're sitting down, he is skirting legal norms. He is provoking lawsuits. And the very worst thing he's doing, he is violating the sacred due process for illegal immigrants who support Hamas. He is putting a higher value on the majority interest rather than on our sacred minority groups. He's willing to accept this dislocation for strategic gains. Right? He is hurting the feelings of teachers and bureaucrats and people on social media. They no longer feel as free to state their pronouns. I mean, sharing your pronoun has always been the essence of what it means to be an American. And it kills me. I mean, do you realize what this is going to lead to? Do you even consider, have you even paused to think about how harmful this is to our ruling elites? Right? Any attack on pluralism, guys, is an attack on elite rule. Without pluralism, without a divided society, elites cannot make coalitions with various segments of society and maintain their rule. Right? If you're against pluralism, you're against rule by experts. So what kind of Neanderthal conspiracy theorist are you to be opposed to rule by disinterested, neutral expertise? It's shocking.
Pretty much. And then there are questions of current affairs. And current affairs is about, to a very large degree, it's about personalities. And look, if I have to take a position on am I happy about the Trump administration and the people serving it, the answer is yes. I don't want to hide that from anybody. And if you ask, are Donald Trump, or for that matter, if you don't mind my bipartisaning this for a moment, Donald Trump or Barack Obama, are these politicians of the old mold who thought it was important, really, really important, to cultivate mutual loyalty between the different parties and tribes? No, they're not. That's part of the era that we live in, is that it's even a question. I bet that if President Trump were sitting here and we were talking to him about it, he would say, of course you're right for those days, but now you can't get anywhere, being a nice guy, because nobody's going to be a nice guy back to you. All right, so look, I consider this. I hope you don't mind my saying it. I consider this to be a tragedy. It's a tragedy that the United States has reached the point in which, in order to be a success.
Look, attacks on pluralism, attacks on DEI, attacks on speech codes, right? These are attacks on elite rule. Right? These attacks, guys, they threaten our entire elite ecosystem. Right? We will no longer be ruled by our broad-minded, public-spirited, fair, objective, elite class. Do you really want to threaten elite rule? You really want to hand the political back to the people? Right? You keep promoting majority rule, right? You keep promoting attacks on pluralism, and it's not going to be good for our elites.
Successful or even a great political figure of either party, you get there by being incredibly divisive.
So two things on this. So one, I do consider the Obama-Trump comparison there to be, I feel like we get lost in that, but I consider it to be fallacious. For instance, Barack Obama did not say that the elections were wrongly decided. When you're talking about that delegitimizing, I think you're looking at very, very different people. And I would say that Obama's rhetoric was
often... Hillary Clinton did say that the elections were stolen, right?
I don't believe she ever said the election was stolen.
I believe she said explicitly.
Well, okay, there was nothing like the long-running post-2020 effort under Barack Obama, who's the other person you named here. But the thing I'm trying to do is apply this to your book and your theory.
Yeah.
Here's what I think you are saying to me, that America was an Anglo-Saxon nation.
Right. If you're opposed to affirmative action, you're opposed to Ezra Klein and his friends running this country. Right? Is that really what you want?
Formed together by Anglo-Saxon families that came together to become tribes. It became in the 13 colonies to become a nation.
Stop.
And
if you're opposed to DEI, right, you're saying that Ezra Klein is not special. You're saying the New York Times is not special. You're saying that our elites are not special. You know, you're saying that they are not superior. Are you really ready for that? Right, the elite solidarity is essential if our elites are going to keep ruling. Right, you want to keep hammering on elite solidarity? You want to promote a division among our elites? That will be the end of elite rule. Right, you'll start having rule by the people. Right, elites can only rule in a divided, fragmented, pluralistic DEI affirmative action society where you can have a top-down coalition between the elites and the people who need social welfare the most. You really want the majority of the people to have the power when we could just keep what we've got going, right? Any weakening of elite solidarity will undermine elite rule. That bond between elites, that starts to fracture, their rule will become impossible. So right now, elite solidarity is strong, but it's increasingly under pressure because of dangerous people like you and MAGA and Donald Trump. Pluralism is what enables elite rule because they get to choose coalition partners among the non-elite and play non-elite groups off of each other. So our elites promote hyper-pluralism. The more racial division we have, the more gender division and conversation we have, the more sexual identities we have, the more linguistic, legal, racial, sexual fragmentation, right? The more balkanized our country, the easier it is for elites to rule. Right? If the black working class and the Latino working class, right, identify primarily by their sexual orientation and by their race, and these sweet sacred identities, right, that is the glue that enables elite rule. Right? If the working class, say, God forbid, among whites and blacks and Latinos, and started feeling that they were a people, that they were united, that would be the complete end of elite dominance. Right? You can either have technocratic pluralism, you can either have a veneration of this gorgeous mosaic quilt of super interesting sexual, racial identities with elite academic rule and elites just dominating everything, or you can have the people ruling. And you know how dangerous that would be. So you want majority rule? You really want this democracy thing for real? Then you have to reject pluralism, right? You have to reject a fragmented, balkanized people against elite power. This is what terrifies the elite. People like Donald Trump, they are threatening our whole sacred way of life where independent bureaucrats and disinterested, broad-minded experts get to rule. Right? When you attack DEI, when you attack pluralism, you're attacking the very operating system of our country. You are attacking the elite's operating system. You are throwing a wrench into their engine. Right? Elite rule depends on a divided, pluralistic, balkanized country. And you think, oh, it'd be so much better if we had more cohesion and social trust. And you fantasize what would America look like under kind of MAGA institutional rule. Well, number one, you'll have an end of managerial elite rule. You really want this? You really want the expert class, right? You really want the people with advanced degrees from UCLA and Harvard not to run things anymore? You really want our leading academics? What about our NGOs, guys? our non-governmental organizations who are doing such sacred and holy work for marginalized minorities? You really want our hundreds of thousands of DEI bureaucrats to be out of work or to have less status, income, power, and prestige? What about our wonderful HR managers? What about the elite news media? You really want to see them diminish in their cultural and administrative power? You really want to see universities be defunded or restructured? You really want our universities like serving national priorities like trade skills, classical education, civic nationalism? You really want our universities bringing us together rather than tearing us apart? What kind of Neanderthal are you? That is such a primitive medieval view that you want to live in a society where people want to feel connected with each other. Right? You really want some kind of mass purge rolling through the CDC, the DOJ, the FBI. You think you want that, right? You want fewer PhDs running things? You really want bureaucrats who put America first? You really want to have a whole new foreign policy group, right? The blob now starts focusing on American interests, right? Rather than primarily concerning themselves with LGBTQ rights in southern Kenya. Frightening, frightening, right? You want to live in a cohesive, high-trust society with very little crime and people banding together to do good things. It sounds nice, I'll admit it, but you are destroying our multicultural framework. You are ripping up our multicultural quilt. You're dismantling it. You want to push English-only policies and enforce them? Well then, fine. You now call the bank and you no longer get to hear press 1 if you want to speak to someone in English. I would miss that so much. We would no longer have to mail out ballots with 87 different languages. You want to restrict immigration only to those groups that can assimilate to us? Why should we not be challenged by these strong, assertive groups that want to show us a different way of living? Maybe we could benefit from a lot more people from Chad. You really want to let go of affirmative action programs, DEI programs, identity-based hiring? You really want to ban that at the federal and state level? You want to do away with diversity statements? You want public employees signing patriotic loyalty pledges or oaths to uphold traditional American values? You really want to marginalize dissent from communists? Do you really want conservative populism replacing liberal managerialism as the dominant code running our country? Do you really want to see thousands of federal bureaucrats losing their jobs? You really want to see more power and authority pushed to states and cities? Do you really want a common culture built around a common American identity? Do you want to stop funding those groups that agitate for fragmentation, pluralism, and division? Instead, you want to fund groups that unite us and cohere us and bring us together? This is crazy talk, right? Think about this, right? We would no longer have the sacred language of liberalism as our national liturgy. Instead, people will talk about God and country and family and tradition. All right, our movies would change, guys. Our music would change. Our poetry would change. Right? Cancel culture won't disappear or just change targets. Right? Instead of being fired for misgendering someone, right, you might be sacked for denigrating white people. Just imagine living in America where publicly directing hatred towards white people, that was considered a bad thing. I do not want to live in such a place. Just imagine that we had some kind of massive investment in domestic manufacturing and we became more and more energy independent so that we extended dignity and good jobs to more and more Americans so that they could marry and have children. And we were no longer ruled by childless cat ladies. Just imagine we adjusted our economic system, our tariffs, our trade system, our industrial policy to extend dignity even to Americans who are white and have a 90 IQ. Imagine that we brought jobs back to America and enabled people who worked hard, but they only had 100 IQ to get married, own a home, and have kids. Imagine that we shifted our criminal justice system where we start punishing people committing violent crime instead of just rehabilitating them. What if we stopped subsidizing, promoting, certain racial groups and actively racially discriminating against white people? What if people no longer felt at ease urinating on Christianity in public? Wow. Just imagine that we're all in it together, that our American identity brought us together, that we felt pride in America together, that we felt a sense of continuity with those Americans who went before us, and we had a sense of shared fate with our fellow Americans. Just imagine celebrating national holidays with your neighbors. I mean, can you get more racist than that? Just imagine venerating our founding documents, engaging in patriotic rituals with other people on your block. Just imagine our institutions promoted this kind of civic pride and nationalism. What if our leading institutions emphasized unity instead of venerating certain racial identities and hating on others? What if we added downplaying of multicultural narratives in favor of assimilation, loyalty to a common American identity? What if we selectively admitted immigrants based on their fit, their cultural and national interest, our national interest? What if we started socially, economically rewarding assimilation? What if we encouraged immigrants to learn English and to contribute to the economy and to participate in civic institutions such as juries? What if we encourage people not to automatically make their jury decisions on the basis of race? What kind of society would this be if we had more trust in each other, more cohesion? And think of the darkness that would come if we started having more negative feelings about outsiders, about the transnational elites and activist NGOs and university administrators and the elites disconnected from patriotism and common life. What if globalist language and institutional neutrality became viewed with skepticism? What if people started asking, are you on our side? Just imagine that became the cultural litmus test in business, education, media. Are you on our side? Can't believe what a scary future we would face if MAGA keeps winning like this.
And that there was a long period when America grew in such a way that that clanned structure was dominant. And that somewhere in the last 50 years-ish, it has begun to lose that structure. And now we are coming apart, and maybe that is creating the level of division you're fearing. That we were a nation based on this structure of tribal affinity. We are now a nation that is too much trying to hold things together through multicultural storytelling. And that is creating irresolvable differences, and the answer is to sort of double down on the tribal affinity. Is that how the nationalism fits into this?
No, multiculturalism is also based on tribal affinity. It's also based on tribal loyalty. So America in 2025 is also a society that's based on tribes. The question isn't whether it's internally diverse and based on tribes. The question is, are those tribes loyal to one another, or are they saying, "Look, the other guys are evil. We've got to destroy them"? There's a difference between saying.
So would I feel better if I held an Israeli passport? I don't think so. I'm pretty happy being an American, mate. How about you?
I don't like the other guys. They're leading us in the wrong direction. we really.
I agree with Steve Saylor's vision of citizenism, where we support our fellow citizens and we decide public policy on the basis of what is best for our fellow citizens, our fellow Americans.
We need to win this election, but we'll respect the outcome of the election. And what's happening now, which is that there is a constant drumbeat, both on the Democratic side and on the Republican side, saying that elections have been stolen. And that's something that didn't exist 20 years ago.
All right, let's take that premise, right? As I said, I don't agree with the symmetry there, but let's take it as a premise. I think the place where you're finding my confusion here, because I read The Virtue of Nationalism, and it would sound, I think, to a listener.
Okay, I'm sick of these pompous elites saying, this is my confusion. I just don't understand. Help me understand. It's bogus. It's not fair dinkum, mate. Be fair dinkum. It's not a matter of understanding. It's that what we have here, sir, is a failure to communicate. What we have here is a clash of hero systems. So the passionate, fervent, evangelical Christian, Orthodox Jew, intense Muslim, intense Sikh, right, has a strong commitment to his particular hero system. And Ezra Klein has an equally strong commitment to his hero system. And the idea that other people might have a different hero system from him is befuddling. He just wants to understand. Right? I'm sick of this bogus, dishonest, pompous, condescending way of speaking to us. And I'm going to come back here 1,000 times if I have to point this out and say, never again, no more. I'm standing athwart this live stream and I'm saying, stop.
Like, I am
saying, let my people go. I'm saying, good fences make good neighbors. I'm saying, even the nights are better. I'm saying, now there are 2 less lonely people in the world. I'm saying, I'm all out of love. I'm saying, sing a song. Sing out loud, sing out strong. I'm singing, we're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore.
I'm interviewing a liberal who is saying to me, listen, America is this grand experiment. And what holds that experiment together is the...
Stop this. America's a grand experiment. It's making me feel unsafe. I feel very unsafe right now. All right? How would I feel if my girlfriend said to me, hey, this grand experiment we've got going in our relationship, that would not create a vessel for me of safety. If I feel unsafe, nothing good is going to happen. What if my client or my employer said, hey, we've got this grand experiment going on? Right? That would not allow me to feel safe. You think I would trust on a basis of, hey, super experiment we've got going? No. Stop this verbal violence. Stop this verbal violence against my country, calling it a grand experiment. Stop this verbal violence against my people. It's not just verbal violence, it's violence, violence, violence. Stop the violence, stop the killing, stop the raping, stop raping me by talking about America as a grand experiment. Stop the hate.
The liberal tolerance of division, disagreement, and difference. And that the people in...
That's exactly what I think of when I think of liberals, right? To me, they stand out for their tolerance, their inclusivity, their kindness.
In that experiment need to be committed to one another. They need to be committed to our shared institutions. They need to be committed.
Yeah, if only we could get Americans to exercise more willpower, and if only we could get Americans to have more of a commitment to these transcendent philosophical principles. I'm really sure that this is going to be a winner for your average 98 IQ American. He's going to have a profound understanding. He's going to completely change his life. Right? This will be a come to Jesus moment for Americans who hear this, because they will recognize the abstract beauty of these philosophical principles, and they will see that they now need to lead lives devoted to these abstract moral principles. Because if there's anything that gets the biochemicals rushing, the endorphins flooding into your system, it is an invocation of civic philosophical principles.
Committed to elections and the peaceful transfer of power, and that what is going wrong is a dissolving commitment to that. In a way, this is like Joe Biden could be making that argument to me. National conservatism is making some other argument than that.
It just seems ridiculous to think that the biggest threat is that we don't have a sufficient society-wide commitment to various principles that are abstract. The way we are wired is towards connection with concrete people, right? People go to war not on the basis of some abstract fight for democratic principles, right? People fight for the other men in their unit, right? Every space, this is Helen Andrews, every space belongs to one community. And one community, which often has a racial component, decides what norms prevail there. And other groups are allowed, often, until they try to assert their own norms. And territory is fundamentally a male concept. Even in the animal kingdom, it is exclusively men who fight off intruders. So when Americans gave in to civil rights, they also surrendered a great deal of territory that has become a hellscape. And in other areas, civil rights improved some territories and improved life for many groups. It's not like civil rights legislation just had one effect, right? You only control territory with an implicit threat of violence from men. You either stand up, say, these are the rules here, mate, and we're not going to allow you to groom our kids, or you lie back and you allow mass immigrant rape gangs of your kids. So which way, Western man? Australia said no to groomers. United Kingdom said, yes, please. Lots of grooming, lots of rape. You say no to groomers because the men defend your territory and defend the norms, including this is a beach, we're lying at the beach, and you do not get to play soccer here on this section of the beach because that is a threat to our feeling of safety when we're just lying at the beach drinking a tinny. And if you don't have your men standing up protecting your beach, you are on the way to immigrant groomer rape gangs. Right? It all begins with a tinny. It all begins with, what is that? Window policing, broken window policing, right? You can't allow the destruction of the minor norms by outgroups, and you can't allow that to happen without punishment, right? Without being on the road to immigrant rape gangs.
But it's not making an argument about that we need more decency from our politicians, or we need just sort of more commitment to the abstract institutions of democracy and the other political party. I agree with all that. Tell me where you don't agree with me. You're a factional movement trying to change both the Republican and the Democratic parties. Who are you arguing with?
Okay. In every democratic country with which I'm familiar, from the United States to India,
I don't know about Yoram, but I will stand here. I can do no other, so help me God. I will stand here and I will live stream for 5 hours to make the argument that human nature is not basically good, that we're not primarily driven by abstract philosophical notions, that the more we have in common, the better we'll get along. Here I stand. That's my argument. I can do no other.
There is the consolidation in the last 15 years, 20, 15 years of political parties that are explicitly committed to one degree or another to trying to break the particular nation away.
We are committed to restoring rule of the people, a cohesive unified people who will no longer put up with all our institutions being run by people hostile to the historic nation.
From and out of the unfolding global system. Okay, so from the perspective of all these different nationalist parties and movements that are, sometimes quite different from one another, but they share certain things in common. The first thing they share in common.
I love how various nationalists, from Yoram Hazony to Josh Hammer, made the point during the Israel-Iran war that America must make its decisions primarily on the basis of what's good for America, right? If you're a fair dinkum nationalist, you should recognize that other countries will likely have somewhat different interests than you do.
Common is that they look at supranational institutions like the European Union or the World Trade Organization or the International Criminal Court, whose purpose is to try to take all the independent nations in the world and put them under a single rule of a single law.
Right. We have had a steady march in European and European-dominated countries from the 17th century, from the 30-Year War. We've had a steady march of reducing the realm of the political and putting more and more power in the hands of unelected technocrats and experts. And if you want to restore sovereignty to the people, then it means you're probably not on board with a pluralist, elite, technocratic, bureaucratic-run society.
The basic argument is the independence of nations, their freedom to chart their own course, is extremely important to all of these nationalist movements, including the Trump movement and including the Brexit movement and so on. In order to understand that.
So if there is a conflict between the survival of my people and international norms or the rulings of international organizations or the statements of NGOs, right, I am going to side with my people every time.
National conservatism, the most important thing you need to understand is that it's the product of a time in which people are saying liberal internationalism has wonderful ideals. It is destroying our nations, our societies. A second part of national
Or you can say that there are probably still many useful parts to liberal internationalism. We may very well want to stay in the UN and other international organizations. That may be areas where you want to give international institutions, say, less power over your nation state. And there should be areas where you're fine with international cooperation. It's not all or nothing. Every society is constantly experiencing regime change. Scary word, regime change, because there are always some elements rising in power, other parts of society falling in power. Right? Regime change is happening all around us, along with Darwinian evolution and the shifting of tectonic plates.
Conservatism that's important to try to understand what's happening is that most national conservatives think that the old liberalism has collapsed or is collapsing.
Well, there are parts of it that we may want to keep, right? Leaving Brexit was probably a bad idea for the United Kingdom, even though I supported it at the time. The international norms is a good name for a co-ed volleyball team, says Glib.
Into something that is vicious and intolerant and really should not be called liberalism anymore, even if it uses the term.
So let me just recap what.
So liberalism has never been enough on its own to sustain a nation, right? Liberalism plus nationalism, right? That's a pretty good formula. And so in a complicated, ever-changing world, it's not surprising that different societies will experience rising amounts of liberalism, which means that there are inalienable rights that you can't vote away, and declining amounts of liberalism. Liberalism and democracy, not synonymous. In fact, they are at odds. The more democracy you have, the less liberalism, right? The more democracy you have, the more power belongs with the people. The more liberalism you have, the smaller is the realm of the political, right? The less in life can you legislate through the political process. And so sometimes your society is going to be better off becoming more liberal, and other times your society will be better off becoming more democratic. Sometimes you need more technocratic or elite rule, and other times you need more populist cohesion and a reduction in elite power. It's not like there's one formula that always works, that is always awesome for every people in all circumstances.
What you said, you can tell me if I'm getting you wrong. The first impulse here is a defense of national sovereignty against these multilateral organizations, these global.
First principle here is a recognition that what every living organism most wants to do is survive, and in the pursuit of that desire, every living organism tries to construct its own niche to make it more amenable to its own survival. This is true for Ugandans, the Japanese, to pond scum, to dogs and cats, and right, we're all consistently engaged in a project of transforming our niche in directions that are most amenable to our own wishes. Right? Never let a crisis go to waste, never let an opportunity go to waste to change the niche that you live in to make it more friendly to what you want.
Global organizations that, as you see it, are trying to bring nations under a single rule.
I don't know about you, but as a nationalist conservative, it keeps me up at night knowing that there are globalist NGOs that want to provide mosquito-proof netting to Africans. Well, what does he think? There are many wonderful things that globalist liberal organizations do that nationalist populists don't give a damn about or think are great and want to see keep happening.
Yep. Okay. And second is a feeling that for all the maybe high ideals of that liberals express about tolerance, the actual liberalism or left of the political spectrum.
There's a recognition of reality that for liberalism to triumph, it must be illiberal with regard to enemies of liberalism, just like every other group, right? Your antithesis, that which threatens to undermine you, is the enemy, and you can't be liberal with it.
Was evolving in a way that was deeply intolerant.
Yes.
Of many of the traditions, groups, ideas,
yes.
The character's right, which is sort of part of the splitting apart.
Yeah, and
that's fair so far?
It's completely fair. Let me just add that the thing that, I mean, now people are always arguing about, like.
And sometimes conservatives will argue, oh, we got too much liberalism here. Bloody liberals, they want socialized medicine. They want to restrict our rights during an influenza epidemic. And sometimes it will turn out that the liberals were right and the conservatives were wrong. And then sometimes the liberals are cocksure that they're right and conservatives are wrong, and it will turn out the conservatives were right and the liberals were wrong. Right? No one political orientation is always right. No one political process is always the best for particular people at a particular time. Right? The reason that there are so many different political systems is that these varying orientations are proved adaptive at different times, more adaptive than their competitors.
What these political terms mean, but most people on the right agree that there is a thing called woke, and most of them agree that it's a strain of neo-Marxism. And
I'm always confused about what neo-Marxism is.
Marxism is quite elastic, and neo-Marxism is very, very, very elastic. Right? Woke simply means that there are sacred groups that you may not publicly criticize. And it doesn't really have any, I don't know how much it has to do with Marx.
When people talk about neo-Marxism, they're talking, first of all.
And this is, again, it's the lowest form of discourse. We must stand collectively athwart these live streams and say, stop, we will not tolerate. We will not subsidize. We will not subjugate ourselves to your demeaning, condescending, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Could you define neo-Marxism? Could you define nation? Could you define tribe? It's the lowest form of discourse, right? Don't put up with it. We must say no.
Marxism is a view that, since Marx and before him, sees liberalism as kind of like a big sham. It's a big lie. Like, as far as Marx is concerned, liberal society it's based on a lie, because you convince everybody that it's about freedom of exchange and freedom of expression and all the rest of it. But the truth is that society is built out of
So Yoram Hazony is a powerful intellectual who also has said ridiculous things. He's an idiosyncratic man among men, right? He has weaknesses, he has strong points. He produces formidable work, he produces laughable work, right? You take the best, you leave the rest. And depending on the situation, all right, there may be one part of his oeuvre that is more useful.
Competing groups, he calls them classes, we can call them groups, competing groups, and that the stronger always exploits the weaker, and that's like an iron law, that's a bedrock.
So from a right-wing perspective, we tend to take it for granted that the strong will take what they want and the weak endure what they must, and you cannot legislate away human nature.
Assumption of Marx. So if your assumption is the only way that you're going to get justice is through the destruction of the ruling group, the strongest group, if that's your view, then the liberal democratic idea that we're going to have peaceful competition and peaceful transitions of power to people who are actually serious Marxists, they look at that and they say, that's a joke. That's part of the brainwash. We're all supposed to work according to this liberal system, but the truth is that, there's an elite and they always win and they always exploit everybody else. And today the feeling is that...
And sometimes the elite are right and the people are wrong. Sometimes the people are right and the elite are wrong. Right? No group of society is always right.
Liberal institutions, especially during, after.
So there is a significant talent shortage on the right. Right? Smarter people tend to be on the left. And we have dominant liberal institutions because they've simply been more powerful, more effective at dealing with reality than right-wing attempts.
After the summer of 2020, liberal institutions...
Right, the New York Times is a liberal institution that is superior to every right-wing newspaper in the world.
Gave way to a neo-Marxist younger generation, okay, and whose commitment to tolerance and to the old system is simply much weaker than the previous generation.
You are talking...
No group, no ideology, no people, no coalition can afford to tolerate that which threatens its survival.
About this movement, this re-embrace of nationalism, as being at least partly motivated by the perceived rise, at least, of an illiberal left, a left that is canceling people, right, that is pushing people with more traditional views to the margins of society, that is getting people fired from different positions at different businesses because of speech crime.
So if the right was to have more power, it would engage in the same thing. It's not like, oh, being on the right means that you're wonderful and tolerant. Right? People with power tend to exercise it.
If your view is that you're not even an American, if you're not worthy of being in polite society, if you don't believe everything I do about LGBTQ issues.
I grew up in Australia. There was this underlying ethos that if you weren't Australian, you didn't count for much. And every strongly identifying group has this disdain for outgroups, this lack of sense of the humanity of those who are significantly different from them.
Issues or race issues or something else, if you begin throwing people out of the tent for that, then you begin breaking down the sort of bonds of affinity. So you might imagine on the other side of that a conservatism that is very, very, very...
So sometimes what people on the right mean, right-wing political activists, sometimes what they mean is not exactly what they say. Right? Sometimes political activists are not fully transparent. Sometimes they will use arguments for effect rather than on the basis of truth. Shocking.
Very committed to the idea that we don't do that, right? We are pluralistic.
So the easiest way to get applause from your group is to say, hey, our problems are caused by that outgroup. Right? That's true for Jews, for Seventh-day Adventists, for Christians, for right-wingers, for left-wingers. Right? Every intellectual who wants to make a living and rise in social status has huge incentives to flatter his audience and tell them that their problems come from the outgroup. It's a very naive intellectual who expects that his intellectual work will be remunerative, will pay his way. Almost never is intellectual work going to pay your way. You're going to have to flatter some group or some person with money and do what they say.
Big tent, the most important thing is that people from all sides and all views in this country feel themselves welcomed in. That is not what I see at all. I do not see a more what I would call from this perspective liberal right. I see a much more illiberal right, that where there was in society, there was such a thing as cancel culture. People did get fired from different jobs. Now I see the institutionalization.
So I converted to Orthodox Judaism, and I was stunned, amazed, pleased, fulfilled by finding out how warm Jews were, how generous and hospitable they were. But what enables that warmth and that hospitality is a whole bunch of rules. Right? It's much easier to be warm and hospitable when you're around people who are like you, when you're around people who obey the same rules, at least publicly. And so without the rules, without the regulations, without the in-group commitments, you don't get that sense of being together in a family. From the outside, Orthodox Jews seemed intimidating, bigoted, frightening. But when you're in the dance, pretty good bunch of blokes and Sheilas.
Of that at the federal level. I see much more effort to police speech crimes, right? I mean, particularly of immigrants, who are getting like rounded up by ICE because of what they might have said about this or that issue, but also, send in people to go through every grade.
So guess what? You are not going to flourish in Jewish communities if you go around extolling the transcendent divine truth of Jesus Christ, right? And if you are in America and you go around as an immigrant, illegal immigrant, someone with a green card, you go around extolling the beauties of Hamas and you promote the genocide of Jewish Israelis, you may receive some opposition.
Grant and see if the word diversity is in it. So I guess I do not really understand how if the...
That is such bogus. I don't understand. You do understand, you just don't like it. Fair dinkum, mate. Be real. You need some bogans on your show, mate. Right? Some working class Aussies.
The problem is what sounds to me like you're describing an illiberalism that does not sufficiently take into account that we are a big, diverse country where people are going to have arguments. This is not a...
Yeah, if we weren't a big, diverse, liberal country, super pluralistic, right, Ezra Klein wouldn't have the power and influence that he does. We wouldn't have a need for rule by experts.
A counter movement, J.D. Vance and...
Yes, we have a counter movement that says the more we have in common with each other, the stronger and happier we'll be. And I think in this current situation, that is correct. There are other situations where a little more pluralism would be more adaptive. Right now, I don't think the United States suffers from an excess of social trust and social cohesion. I would prefer a United States where there are more majority rights, where there's more trust and cohesion, and there's much sterner punishment against violent criminals.
Donald Trump and so on, that is saying that. This is a counter movement that is moving much more aggressively to use the power of the state to enforce its vision.
So how much connection and beauty and bonding are you going to get on a date where the woman that you're dating doesn't feel safe? None. Nothing good can happen in life. Nothing good can happen between people until people feel safe. What makes people feel safe? Having a great deal in common with the other party. That's not just racial. It's not just ideological. It's not just religion. It's not just culture. It's a whole bunch of different things. The more you have in common with someone else, right, the safer you will feel. Right? There are circumstances where I'm going to feel most safe with fellow Dallas Cowboy fans. There are going to be other circumstances where in a particular situation, I feel most safe with my fellow right-winger. Other situations where I will feel most safe, most at home with Orthodox Jews. Overall, I feel most at ease, most at home most free when I'm around Orthodox Jews. From the outside, though, I recognize that Orthodox Jews seem like a bunch of, backward troglodytes.
Of what America should be, and to make it more dangerous or impossible to be in opposition to that vision.
I think that's true. I think it's true. And again, I mean, I said at the beginning that...
Right, if you are in opposition to the ruling ethos of your lawn bowls club or your stamp club or your tech firm or your synagogue or church, right, you are not going to be embraced and welcomed. You're going to be stigmatized and ostracized, right? You want to get along with a particular group, then you cannot be at war with the things and practices that are most important to that group.
That we're going to find contradictions. And that's the way it is. If you're holding multiple principles, they need to be balanced in some.
You're only going to have civilization and safety and beauty and good, strong, healthy families if you practice rigorous amounts of exclusion. You build big walls against the outside world. You have significant skepticism against outgroups. Without walls, you cannot maintain or even develop civilization.
Some way. I do think that that the current American right, I would really prefer. You can say what you. I would really prefer not to use the term illiberal, because just for a very simple reason, which is that illiberal takes conservatives like me and puts us in the same bucket, with the kooky Nazi right. And there's no need for that. People like me used to be called conservatives. And the actual thing that's going on is that we have a government that is.
So conservatives are usually much more abashed at speaking out about their politics because they are much more vulnerable to being tarred as racist. And there is no way to navigate around accusations of racism for most people. It's just effectively a social kiss of death. Even though race plays a pretty big role in many people's lives, but you're not supposed to publicly acknowledge that.
Less liberal, a Republican Party that is less liberal. I completely agree with you. It is moving away from libertarianism, and it's becoming more conservative and more nationalist.
Well, before you make that distinction, though, do you think it's weird then that the kooky Nazi right feels more of a home in this more national?
Yeah, do you think it's weird that communists feel more at home in Democratic Party circles? Right? Turnaround is fair play, mate.
Nationalistic conservatism? You look at the Groypers, you look at Nick Fuentes, you look at people who are by any measure.
The more intense your in-group identity, right, the more weird characters are going to be associated with that. Right? If your primary identity is that of lawyer or neurosurgeon or university president, right, you are not going to find many kooks. Right? You are only going to have an intellectual and social elite. But if you have an intense populist movement, it will inherently contain a large number of kooks. And sometimes the kooky members of your coalition, the ones who are factually wrong, who are inelegant in their phrasing, who say racist and bigoted things, will provide the energy and the foot soldiers to patrol and maintain your territory. Right? Civilization and sleeping well at night and having a safe family often depends upon a number of tough men willing to do very nasty things.
White supremacists, the people we would have called the kooky Nazi right with their Pepe the Frog memes. I mean, they felt very ill at home in Mitt Romney's Republican Party. They feel much more at home in Donald Trump's more nationalistic Republican Party. So you want to create this distinction with the kooky Nazi right, but it seems to some degree like this renewed nationalism.
Yeah, people who hate Jews feel much more at ease with the current iteration of the Democratic Party. Is that a condemnation of the current iteration of the Democratic Party? No. Different groups have different interests. Those interests and loyalties change over time as circumstances change.
Has been a way in for them. It hasn't pushed them out.
There may be some truth to it, but not enough.
Okay.
Okay, because
There are many times you want to push the kooks out, and there are other times you want to harness the kooks or allow the kooks to do your dirty work. Right? Most people don't want to unplug a toilet or a drain. You call a plumber, but you may not want to have dinner with your plumber.
When you're in sort of the opening stages of something, there's a lot of working out that's still going on, and it's not exactly clear, what does the candidate stand for and what do his people stand for.
Yeah, until Hailgate, right? Until, was it November of 2016, the alt-right was primarily a bunch of comic pranksters. And then Richard Spencer stepped up and ensured that the only people who would publicly identify with the alt-right were neo-Nazis. So a movement that was once fun and comic and enabled a very wide coalition of people to join together and share some laughs, right, was transformed into a neo-Nazi movement.
And who's actually supporting him? I think that in the last the last decade, there's been a lot of clarification, and I don't think. I mean, if you mentioned Nick Fuentes,
I think George Hawley, political scientist, at least he was out of Alabama for a while, in either his first and second book on the alt-right, he noted that nobody had been killed by the alt-right, that the alt-right was distinctly different from white nationalists. Then, once you started having the alt-right slaughtering people, it completely transformed the way people would talk about the alt-right. The kind of conversations that I could have when the alt-right hadn't killed anyone, that changed overnight after Charlottesville and after alt-right slaughters. It was no longer just funny games and peppy memes.
Who really, I think, is really a minority, really a small minority figure and not particularly important, but he's well known, so let's just take him for a moment. Nick Fuentes is not, first of all, I don't think he's comfortable with Trump at all. I mean, I don't.
Trump had dinner with him. Mitt Romney would not have had dinner with him.
Trump once in history had dinner with him and then never had dinner with him again. And I think that tells you everything you need to know, that he never had dinner with him again.
Okay.
No, it's
I feel like it's the once having dinner with him that tells me what I need to know. But
yeah, it's gotcha. If you're open to talking to eccentric people who operate where the buses don't run no more, there's a very high likelihood that you're talking to people who are seriously antisocial and are dangerous. On the other hand, they are going to be outside the groupthink that stifles many commentators. So high risk, high reward.
I take your point.
Most news depends upon paper from bureaucracies. I got my biggest scoops not by depending on paper from bureaucracies. I got to retail, to blog about important stories because I did not depend on paperwork from bureaucracies. On the other hand, I said some reckless things that I should not have said. I said some nasty things I should not have said. I said some mortifying and embarrassing things that I should not have said. There was a high reward for operating outside of a traditional journalistic enterprise, and there was a high risk.
I take that you can look at it both ways.
I don't think that's completely fair because and I'm speaking from
And Ezra Klein, has he ever had dinner with a communist? Why is it okay for Ezra Klein, who's probably 100 times in his life had dinner with effectively a communist? Why is that not a scandal? But Donald Trump once has dinner with Nick Fuentes, just a terrible thing. Right? I have dinner. I socialize with communists. I would socialize, hang out with, go to dinner with communists. Why should I not have the same freedom to do the same with people on the far right?
Just for myself, not for the president. I'm speaking for myself. The way that there are different styles of how to do politics. My style of how to do public affairs is I basically am willing to meet with anybody and talk to anybody.
Right. Yoram Hazony took the risk. He said some nice things about me in a tweet. Right. Many other people would not dare to do that because I have such a lurid past.
Maybe you have a little bit of that too. So I will never blame, I don't think I ever have.
So which groups you can want to anathematize, which groups you say are just completely unacceptable to talk to. It entirely depends on the subjective nature of your particular hero system, right? From a traditional Jewish perspective, right, hanging out with and talking to Jews who converted to Christianity is appalling, shocking, upsetting, demonic.
And I don't think I will blame a political leader because once he sat with somebody. The reality of Nick Fuentes is, okay, and I'm sorry that your listeners need to be made familiar with Nick Fuentes because I don't think there's much bigger fish that we have to fry in this conversation if we want to. Nick Fuentes.
There is no need to apologize for talking about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a formidably talented, compelling live streamer who says a lot of stupid things. But he's primarily an entertainer who meets the needs of a certain group of people.
A young Holocaust revisionist.
So Holocaust revisionism would account for less than 0.1% of Nick Fuentes' public output. So to tag Nick Fuentes as primarily a Holocaust revisionist is bogus. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny part, at least traditionally what I'm aware of. Maybe the percentage is increased. But castigating Jews and promoting Holocaust revisionism, to the best of my knowledge, is a comparatively smaller part of his oeuvre. Now, you may well say, suck one cock and you're a cocksucker, right? One time say something that appears to be a revision of established figures for the Holocaust and you're just a evil person. I think that's reductive, right? Nick Fuentes is a man. He says some funny things. He says some dumb things, right? He says some smart things, says some stupid things, he says some enlightened things, he says some ugly things, says some beautiful things, says some dangerous things. He's a talented, complicated guy that I have not spent almost any time listening to over the past 3 years, but he was on my show. I was happy to have him on my show. And when he was on my show, he was just funny. He was on the Jim Goad Saturday Night Massacre. Right. Many of my Jewish friends say, oh, how could you have Otto Pohl on your show? He's such an anti-Semite. Every time Otto Pohl has been on my show, he's been thoughtful. He's been far from some kind of racial or ethnic hater.
Kind of Catholic, really made himself famous on the web for his incessant attacks on Jews.
That's not how Nick became famous. He became famous for promoting American nationalism, and it wasn't incessant attacks on Jews. Hitler did not rise to power attacking Jews. Hitler played down his attacks on Jews during elections. Right? The world doesn't always revolve around Jews and people's attitude towards Jews.
And is he comfortable with the Trump administration? No, he's not comfortable with the Trump administration. So there's all sorts of weird things on the American political right. They are getting stronger. I don't want to pretend, oh no, they're totally irrelevant. You know, we shouldn't be worried about them. That's not true at all. They're getting much stronger. But the idea that,
and you know why they're getting much stronger? Because of the situation, my dear boy. Because of events, my dear boy. When Israel is at war, it makes it more perilous, more dangerous for every identifying Jew in the world. Everything that the Jewish state does then has repercussions for identifying Jews all over the world. If the United States joins in with Bibi Netanyahu and bombs Iran, that is going to rub some Americans the wrong way. Most Americans don't care because most Americans, like every other people in the world, don't care much about foreign policy. But if it turns out that joining with Israel to attack Iran turns into a disaster for American interests, American Jews will pay a price. If it turns out that attacking Iran and joining with Israel's attack on Iran was good for American Jews, if it was good for America, then that will redound to American Jews' interests. Right? People's reactions to groups are primarily based on their experiences and what they know. And if events turn out a certain way, then certain events will promote love of Jews, respect of Jews. Other events turn out differently. It will promote skepticism towards Jews and negative feelings about Jews.
That they're comfortable with Trump. I mean, just look at what's
People will feel comfortable with Trump depending on the incentives and their own experiences, which are constantly changing.
been going on for the last.
Well, the point I'm making about this, which I do think goes to the real fish for frying, to use a metaphor. J.D. Vance just gave a speech. Vance is accepting an award at the Claremont Institute, and he gives us.
So for good liberals like Ezra Klein, the very worst thing a person can be is racist and bigoted and uneducated. From a right-wing perspective, the very worst thing you can be is a threat to the governing order. Right? People on the right tend to have a much more intense fear of disorder, dirt, disruption, and difference. And these differing reactions, right, come from Darwinian evolution. Right? We have these differing reactions because different strategies are proved differently adaptive in different situations. We need both reactions. It's not like one reaction, xenophobia or openness to strangers. It's not like either approach is always the right way to go.
Speech on statesmen and the need for statesmen, and builds out speech around the definition of Americanness. And what he says is,
and sometimes the most important thing for a statesman to do is to ratchet up hatred of outgroups, such as an outgroup that is threatening the survival of your people. And other times, the most important thing a statesman should do is reduce hatred of outgroups.
you can't have this just story, because what is being done here when you divorce Americanness from the chains going back across the country's past.
So when he castigates veneration of Americanness, what he's really castigating is the MAGA populist national conservative approach that the more we have in common with our fellow Americans, the better. And the less in common that kind of diversity creates decreased cohesion and trust.
Back to the tribes, the families, something that's more like the Americanness of familial ties that you're talking about.
Yes, if Americans felt like their fellow American was part of their extended family, I think most people in the national conservative movement would be quite happy with that. And what would accompany that increased level of social cohesion and social trust is, my God, more negative feelings about outgroups. There would be more pressure to conform. So I feel safe in Orthodox Judaism because there's a tremendous pressure to conform to certain practices and norms. And as a result, I feel safe, other people feel safe. Without the creation of those walls and those commitments to certain practices and approaches, you're simply not going to feel as safe. There are many wonderful things that come from diversity. There are many wonderful things that come from homogeneity. Different gifts, bro.
That there are a lot of people who don't believe in high forms of political equality, or who would say things at the Anti-Defamation.
Yes. You either control your territory and the dominant norms, or you allow others to take over and reduce the power, influence, and safety of your group. Right? Majority white Americans reduce their power, influence, safety, their rights by valorizing and providing protections for members of the fringe as against the white Christian core. And that came with many benefits, many prices. Good for some groups, bad for others, right? An America with more majority rights would mean an America with fewer minority rights. An America with more minority rights would mean America with fewer majority rights. It'd be good for some groups, bad for other groups. It's not like it's marked out by the will of heaven that your society is automatically better or worse off with more rights for this group or that group, right? Extended rights to one group always come at the price of rights for another group.
League thinks are bad, but they are American. They are part of this project, and they are more American than these, immigrants coming here who claim.
More American is a liberal put down for people who feel more at ease with others with whom they have a great deal in common.
Came to believe in the Declaration of Independence. You know, the first time I had heard JD the vice president give his riff about, you know, proposing to his now wife and telling her he doesn't have much.
There is no JD outside of the particular situations JD finds himself in. When JD enters a new situation, he's going to be a new person. JD is responding to the incentives of the situations he's in. This is not just JD on its own creating stuff. This is JD reacting to a situation, just as Ezra Klein reacts to a situation. Ezra Klein used to be much more partisan, much more vituperative towards the right, and he chose a different path, where he now talks to people on the right in a much more open manner, and he's much less partisan. But if situation and circumstances would change, he might find himself strongly incentivized to just express a great deal of vitriol for the right. But if I got a pundit position on MSNBC, I would be strongly incentivized to be fair-minded and kind and generous to my opponents on the different side of the political spectrum, and to not put smack in the chat, and to extend peace, love, and understanding towards all. On the other hand, if got a regular hosting gig on some kind of partisan right-wing operation, then I'd be strongly incentivized to develop my in-group identity and to express more negative emotions and feelings and perspectives on out-groups, and to put a lot more smack in the chat, and to dial down on the peace, love, and understanding for out-groups, and to dial up my peace, love, and understanding for my own team. Right? In a different situation, I would be a different man. Right? There's no Luke Ford outside of the particular circumstance he finds him in. Takes a village, bro.
Much, but he's got, you know, this graveyard plot, and, you know, he's got generations of his family buried there.
Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky.
It was not at the Republican National Convention. It was at the 2024 National Conservatism Conference.
When my wife and I when I proposed to her, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come along with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. And that's what you're getting.
And the place that a lot of these, you know, you can call them Groypers, Nick Fuentes is one example, but there's a lot of people on the young right who feel this way to varying degrees and with varying levels of Holocaust revisionism. But is that a definition of Americanism that is more about your history here, your ethno-nationalism, your connection to, you know, an Anglo-Protestant culture, and is not this sort of expansive multiculturalism of, say, Barack Obama or Kamala Harris, that is much more congenial to them. That is not because it is more tolerant of the other people who are here, but because it fits their sense that America should.
Yeah, politicians change what they say, just like non-politicians change what they say, depending on situation, circumstance. When there are incentives to be inflammatory and to condemn childless cat ladies, politicians will be inflammatory and condemn childless cat ladies. When the incentives are much stronger that they should be restrained and presidential, that's how they'll be. Right? We are profoundly influenced by the circumstances we find ourselves in.
To be more about blood ties and history. This new contested definition of Americanism, you know, that is very suspicious of immigrants and outsiders.
So there are times when shared genetics, I feel, a bond. And there are other times where a shared Jewish commitment is the most intense bond that I feel. There are other circumstances where a shared loyalty to the Dallas Cowboys is the most powerful bond between us. Other times, it's that we're both writers, or we're both live streamers, or we both love Los Angeles, or we both love Sydney, or we both love playing golf. We all contain multiples, right? And there are going to be circumstances where one's racial, ethnic identity comes to the fore. There'll be other circumstances where your religious identity, or your geographic identity, or your professional identity, your occupational identity or your hobbies, right? There are many different things that will come to the fore depending on the circumstance that you find yourself in. And you're not a bad person because you feel a bond with someone over one of those identities as opposed to a different identity.
This is a magnet for them.
I don't think so. I mean,
I feel like it's a little bit.
So take a Nick Fuentes supporter who's 16 years of age, and he gets a scholarship to Harvard, right? He's not going to be going to Harvard and praising Nick Fuentes. And let's say he becomes a doctor. He's not going to be following Nick Fuentes, right? He is going to conform to the speech and behavior expected of a doctor, and his primary social ties will most likely be with fellow doctors. On the other hand, you take someone who's a doctor and they get fired, they lose their medical license, people turn their backs on them, they become isolated, they are just constantly losing out life, and they need an explanation for why they're losing. The places the blame on an out-group, right? That person might embrace Nick Fuentes, right? People choose a particular version of Christianity that meets their social status. The type of Christianity that you're going to embrace when you have no money and few prospects is going to be very different from the type of Christianity you embrace when you are in the top 1%.
But denying what we know the new right is.
No, I think that because I run nationalist conferences and have been doing it for most of a decade, I'm
Okay, that's 44 minutes and 18 seconds of an interesting conversation there between Ezra Klein and Yoram Hazony. I am all out of love